Welcome to
I'm like spreading out everywhere. For all things, he's been gone for the week and a half. And he didn't yeah.
Let me know when you need to move. Yeah, we will. We got our
everybody looks beautiful.
Yeah, I'm just hoping the sound is loud
Matt?
enough. It sounded kind of quiet, but
If my sister-in-law was here, we'd whistle and go quiet. You know what
I've
I
got
mean?
it cranked up here.
Yeah.
And hopefully there's enough back there. Yes.
Question about your preference for public comment.
It's an environment we're in. It's election. I already said that last year. I said, tighten up your shoes. It's an election. I mean, that's exactly the basis of everything.
Okay.
At the last one, Jane, you go first.
Jane goes first. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Perfect. Okay. he said he was being very talkative. That's it. And I talked about some of our dynamics. A little bit. And I was like, a lot of times, in our work together, and has worked.
The old teacher way of the nonverbal to settle down a room. So thank you everyone for being here. And for those of you who don't know, typically when you put your hand up, that's a sign that we're ready to begin.
Awesome. Thank you all for being here. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, I think it does. Get a little closer. And we are going to start this board meeting for Grand Rapids Public Schools for Monday, February 5, 2024. Ms. Shockey, can you please call the roll?
Yes, good evening, everyone. Ms. Melton. Here. Mr. Rodriguez.
Here.
Mr. Ross. Present. Ms. Shockey here. Ms. Wade. Present. Ms. Davis. Here. Mr. Eatman. Present. Ms. Lewis is excused. President Williams. Present. We have quorum.
We need approval of our agenda. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign. We have the approval of our agenda. First, we have celebrations. Dr. Roby.
All right, good evening, everyone. We are going to begin with our presentation of the excitement with our governor, who talked about all-day pre-K for all. Earlier today, we had the opportunity to host Governor Whitmer at Burton Elementary, and our young people at Burton Elementary, our young scholars and their staff did a wonderful job welcoming all those dignitaries. Mr. Hendricks will tee up the video so that everybody can see. Welcome to Burton Elementary, home of a valued preschool program here in Grand Rapids Public Schools.
Wow, did you make that one too? What should I make?
A house.
Does it look like your house? It does? Is your house made out of marshmallows?
We are committed to that lifelong learning. And it's not just at the end of your careers or in the middle of your lives, but it's as early as possible.
It sets our scholars up for success, for a love of school, a love of learning.
Preschool experiences help lay the foundation for what students can use to be successful.
Hi, my name is Emily Pares. I go here for 4th grade and I've been here since preschool. And preschool has taught me about how to learn English because when I came here to Burton, I didn't know how to speak English. But that's enough about me. I would like to present the 49th governor of Michigan, Governor Whitmer.
We know that pre-K works. It's really just that simple. So getting this done helps us give all of our kids a real shot at a great life, regardless of where they come from, how much money's in the household budget, etc. Kids who go to pre-K arrive at kindergarten ready to learn, better prepared to read and do math. They go on to earn higher test scores and are more likely to graduate and land good paying jobs. In Michigan, we will lead by example by putting our kids and their parents first. You think that goes there?
Yeah.
You think?
I can't say enough about how important our governor is to us and to supporting education.
It's so fun to see the incredible work that's happening at this school and with the children. So thank you so much, and let's get it done.
And so what is unique about this is that, again, it's an opportunity to spotlight the importance of early childhood education. Pre-K experiences has such an impact on those early years and the development of brain of our young people. It also helps them to develop those social skills that they carry forward. And so we were certainly excited to host our governor as well as our board members and other elected officials that were in attendance. And Emily, who was the 4th grader who presented, she also shared during the conversation her own pre-K picture of her class. And so she was excited to share that with all of us, to talk about what her experience has been. And then we also had a mom who has 6 children in the district and just talked about the value of having that pre-K experience and what it has meant for all of her children as well. Martin Luther King, our next celebration. So now we get to celebrate the Warner Norcross and Judd Martin Luther King Jr. Essay Contest. And this is tied directly to Strategic Theme 4, Enhancing Curricular Programs and Opportunities. Mr. Eric Harmson and Ms. Kalita Moore will come forward to talk about the program. And I know that we have some recipients here as well.
Good evening, Dr. Roby, President Williams, and distinguished board members. I am so excited to be a part of celebrating our scholars who use their voice and talent to participate in Keeping the Dream Alive Social Justice Legacy Contest that honors Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy of peace and justice. Thank you, Warner Norcross and Judd, for your partnership. It is my pleasure to introduce and thank Kalita Moore, Program Coordinator for the Office of Equity and Inclusion, for her work, who will provide additional information about the contest and celebrate our scholars.
Thank you, Executive Director Harmson. Can everyone hear me? Good. Dr. Roby, President Williams, esteemed board members, we appreciate this time to honor our 6th grade scholars from across the district who participated in the 19th annual MLK Social Justice Contest. The contest has changed over the years, and as you will see in the video, we have expanded the guidelines to allow our scholars to explore the world around them more fully. Warner Norcross and Judd has been a wonderful and consistent partner to the district, and I invite Courtney Failer, Community Relations Manager, to share the details of the contest and honor the winners.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us again this year. This is one of the highlights of my job. I love being here and sharing this partnership with all of you. So this contest is open to all 6th grade scholars within GRPS. It aims to foster critical thinking and awareness, encouraging participants to react to social justice issues that are meaningful to them, reflecting upon the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. This year we had 219 entries from 12 different schools. Each entry was evaluated by 50 members of our firm, considering factors such as connection to the contest theme, personal connection, message, and overall impact. The video that you're about to see shortly will highlight our top 3 winners, but in addition we had 29 honorable mention awards with every school that participated representing. The video was played at the Grand Rapids 38th Annual Dr. Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. Community Commemoration, and the top winners and their families were also invited to the VIP reception to meet this year's keynote speaker, Melissa Harris Perry. Multiple media outlets shared the outcome of this year's contest, including Wood TV 8, WZZM, MLive, and Fox 17. First place winner received an Apple iPad, second place received an Amazon Fire tablet, and the third place winner was a $100 gift card to We Are Lit Multicultural Bookshop. All three winners received tickets to see To Kill a Mockingbird, courtesy of Broadway Grand Rapids. And then each scholar that's receiving an honorable mention will receive a $25 gift card to We Are Lit Multicultural Bookshop, and all participants will receive a personalized certification of completion. Currently, there are entries on display at the Grand Rapids Public Museum for the month of February, so that was a new partnership we had this year, so please go and check it out if you find the time. We are very proud of the partnership we have with GRPS and the thoughtful contributions from our 6th grade scholars. Thank you so much for your time and your support in fostering a community of socially conscious and empowered young minds. At this time, we're going to tee up a video, and after the video, we are going to acknowledge the winners and honorable mentions that are here this evening with their certifications, and then we'll wrap up. So, thank you.
Thank you. The MLK Social Justice Contest was new to me as I'm new to the district, and I'm honored to support the legacy of this contest that goes back 19 years. One of the things we changed this year was the scope of items that students could speak to, so it allowed them to really use their critical thinking to look at the world around them, rooted in MLK's legacy, and we got some amazing submissions. It's important because it allows our scholars, again, to look at the world critically through a lens that honors MLK's legacy. It also allows GRPS to lean into our inclusive curriculum and see our scholars reflected in the world, in the history, and the impacts that they see every day. In this year's contest, the students address a multitude of social justice issues. Racism, which has always been a topic, but topics included war, housing insecurities, body image, violence, gender equality, and religious freedom. This year's contest included multiple formats, including written and visual arts as normal, but additionally, we had everything from original musical selections, PowerPoint presentations, and even a stop-action video. The most popular formats for the students still include the written word, including essays, letters, poems, and visual arts, beautiful pictures, and great creations. What resonated with me in the honorable mention category were the depth and breadth that the students submitted, as well as their honesty and ability to share what they were thinking and what they've observed in the world. And sometimes I really thought, wow, a sixth grader is seeing all of this. I'd like to add that Warner Norcross and Judd has been an amazing partner with GRPS. We look forward to working with them, and more importantly, looking forward to what our students will submit in the years to come.
I was inspired by Dr. King. His legacy impacted all of America and the rest of the world, too. He still echoes through my work, and he inspired me to participate into this contest. I created this piece, and in that format, to show people what the real world really is about, and how people have to fight for their equal rights, even though they should already have it. I wanted to paint a picture in someone's mind so it really stays there. I would describe it as people marching and protesting for who they are and for equal rights and to be treated equally. The message I'm trying to convey are those that Dr. King said long ago. I want everyone to be treated equally and everyone to have the same justice. I want everyone to be able to be who they are and to live up to what they want to be.
The reason I created the piece I submitted is because when I was younger, I used to get discriminated a lot for my body. What message I'm trying to get across is you shouldn't discriminate anyone for how they look, if they're fat, chubby, skinny, no matter what they look like. People are still struggling with many things like skin color, body image, their ethnicity, and same thing like on social media also plays a big role, and bullies at school. Just don't be a bully. When I was younger, I struggled with how my body looked. I got bullied by my siblings for I was fat, and that led me to mental struggles. Even though I was not fat and I was just a little chubby 4 to 6-year-old, it got to me and stayed with me.
My dad, my mom, my teacher, and my friends were the ones who inspired me. I wrote an essay because I felt like an essay would be good. And the reason why I wrote it is because after my dad told me what's been happening to him at work, I figured I could turn it into an MLK social justice story. It's really special because it has to do with my dad, and because I'm really overprotective of him. I really don't like when people judge him just because of how he looks or where he came from. So it's just very special to me. I'm trying to make sure that people understand what social justice is and not to judge people by how they look or where they came from. My dad has experienced injustice in America. One of his jobs, there were 2 co-workers who were making fun of my dad and his friend while saying rude things about him. Although my dad cannot speak English as well as I can, he can still understand things. My dad's native language is Kinyarwanda. He heard them laughing, which got his attention. He noticed that they were talking about him. I think that every single student that did not win, all that matters is that they tried their best and had fun.
And at this time, we'll award the honorable mentions, but right before I do that, I would like to acknowledge the top 3 winners that are here. If you could stand, since you already did receive your awards. Jenny, Madison, and Malachi, if you could stand. You're all going to make it hard to get through this. Okay, so we will quickly move through the honorable mentions. Kalita's going to help me in passing out the certificates. Scholar, if you hear your name, please come down and accept your certificate and award, and then you may return to your seat. So Jordan Whitehead from Westwood Middle School. Avery Barnes, Riverside Middle School. Ashley Parker, Riverside Middle School. Nariah Higgins, Riverside Middle School. And if you're here and have called your name, feel free to still come on up. Lazariah Diaz, Riverside Middle School. Ellery Wood, North Park Montessori. Keziah Seymour, Harrison Park. Catherine Morgan, Harrison Park. Taimani Conley, Harrison Park. Julian Dubner, Grand Rapids Montessori. Emmeline Morgan, Grand Rapids Montessori. Emery Alsum, Grand Rapids Montessori. Chris Aldea, Gerald R. Ford Academic Center. Devontae McIntosh, Dickinson Academy. Miles Hagerup, Center for Economicology. Athan Tijerina, Center for Economicology.
Miles,
okay.
sorry.
Yay, Miles.
Yay, Miles, yes.
Linnea Ringesward, Center for Economicology. Jaden Contreras Leon, Center for Economicology. Maya Sampredo, Center for Economicology. Uriel Mata, Center for Economicology. Luke Trost, Center for Economicology. Maria Tenorio, Center for Economicology. Cohen Reppert, Center for Economicology. Isaiah McMyler, C.A. Frost. Samuel Diaz-Cortez, Burton Middle School. Ainsley DeRue, Blandford School. Angela Rossi, Blandford School. She's on her way.
Yes.
Francis Heatice, Blandford School. And last but certainly not least, Lelia Al-Hassan, Aberdeen Academy. Congratulations to all of you, and thank you again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, moving along, we do not have our student representatives with us tonight, so we'll go to our first opportunity for public comment. Ms. Shockey, would you read the
If there are individuals present who wish to address the board, please fill out a public comment card located at either entrance of the board chambers. Please also read the rules on the back of the comment card concerning policy and procedure. On that note, we do have enough comments this evening that we are going to reduce the comment time from 3 to 2 minutes to be able to accommodate everyone this evening. We have 2 public comment sections on the agenda. The first one is public comment on board agenda items. Agendas are located by the comment cards. The second public comment opportunity is for commenting on non-agenda items related to the business of the district, but are not topics on the current agenda. If you wish to comment during both public comment opportunities, you will need to fill out separate cards. Individuals must completely fill out the front of the card and indicate the specific business on which they wish to comment. Please submit the completed card in the bin on the table at either entryway of the board chambers. Our board assistant will collect the cards submitted. We ask that speakers refrain from making abusive statements against board members, employees, volunteers, or contractors. Speakers are encouraged to present complaints about a specific board member, employee, volunteer, or contractor through the appropriate process established under Board Policy 9450 before requesting the board's consideration. The board policies can be found online at grps.org. Individuals will be invited one at a time to the podium to address the board. Before beginning your comment, please state your full name. At that time, we will start the timer, allowing each individual 2 minutes to make their comment. A 1-minute notice will be provided by flagging a red card. You will need to complete your comment time upon being notified that 2 minutes has passed. Board members do not respond to public comment, but concerns will be brought to the attention of our appropriate staff. We value your input, and thank you for sharing with us.
Thank you. Our first comment is from Jane Neiman from GREA, and then we will have our students that are with us that are speaking tonight. You will have the opportunity to either step to the podium or the desk, whichever you choose for your comment opportunity. And Jermaine Williams, you'll be on deck.
Good evening. How are you? President Williams, Superintendent Roby, and other distinguished board members. My name is Jane Neiman. I'm the Vice President of the Grand Rapids Educational Association. I'll keep it short and sweet since I only have 2 minutes. A couple things on the agenda I would like to address. I noticed that we have hired 2 talent recruiters. I just want to say it's kind of like hiring a dating service. You know, you're paying for someone to, you know, hook you up and put you in a relationship, but that, you know, you don't know how successful that relationship that they're leading to is going to be, and if it's going to lead to a long-term commitment. So just want to put that bug in your ear. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the later on the agenda, I saw that you were going to talk about bargaining negotiation. I just want to say that it's often a tactic to put money aside in capital projects and store money away in as-needed basis. I know that's common, but I would like you to think about that. It's kind of like buying a bunch of oil and stocking it in your garage, but then not putting any in your car. What happens when you do that? Your car blows up in a few months, you're going, why, what happened? You know, those regular oil changes periodically keep things moving. And when we're sitting down and talking about salaries for staff and compensation, I think that's where the money needs to go, not to hiring the dating service.
Refrain from comments. We want to make sure you get all of your time. So.
Thank you. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and as you're moving forward through this year, think about that, because it is February 5th, and pretty soon there will be job postings in other districts, and we need to make sure that when we negotiate, we make an offer that is something that people are going to want to jump on. And I have other comments I'll share with you later.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can you pronounce your first name?
Germany.
Germany. Okay, Germany Williams is up, and then we'll have Mara Vander Zowen up next.
Hi, my name is Germany Williams from the Third Ward. I'm here to support the community report card. I strongly feel school district boards should be graduated as I'm graduating on my performance. This where improvement happens.
Thank you. Mara, are you? And on deck we'll have Maya Lobo.
My name is Mara Vanderzouen, and I am a 5th grader at C.A. Frost Elementary. I'm here to talk about school lunch. Fruits and vegetables are almost inedible. Food is either way too hot or way too cold. There are bad lunches that no one likes. They don't let us wash our hands before we eat. Some schools don't have non-dairy milk options. There is no water in the lunchroom for us to drink. We don't get any meal or food choices like the middle schoolers and high schoolers do. I would like to invite you to my school to eat lunch and see for yourself.
Really quick, so I appreciate the sentiment of support. However, because of time, every time you do that, you interrupt someone who's speaking time. And so we want to make sure that we have an opportunity to fully hear them. Thank you so much. And we really appreciate the excitement, but we do want to honor what people have to say tonight. Maya Lobo. And then we have Milani Romo.
Good evening, Dr. Roby, members of the board. My name is Maya Lobo, and I'm a 10th grader within GRPS district. I'm here tonight with fellow students, parents, and staff to talk about the community report card. Through our organizing together, we, parents, students, and staff, believe that there continues to be poor implementation of stakeholder feedback in district-level planning. In response to this, we created an online survey to measure how responsive the community feels you have been to their concerns. We are calling this a community report card, because we are here to grade you on important issues to us. Shortly, other students from our team will share the survey results. Later, parents and staff will be sharing additional recommendations for action based on the feedback community shared. The survey rubric and a full report on the results will also be shared with you after this meeting, and will be available on Urban Core Collective Facebook page and Linktree. The rubric for this survey was developed in collaboration with GRPS parents with support from the Urban Core Collective. Participants were able to choose from 3 grades or respond that they weren't sure. Each question had an open-ended response option as well, where they could share information about why they selected their grade. The rubric was available in English and Spanish. We received 414 responses as of noon this past Friday, the majority of which are GRPS students, parents, and staff. Abby will read the questions for district administrators, and Alani will read the questions for the Board of Education. Our hope is that this demonstration serves as a starting point for future discussions that reimagine the culture of stakeholder engagement and the structures that make that possible. Thank you.
Milani Romo and Abigail Valdez Romero is up next.
Hi, my name is Abby, and I'm a 9th grader in the freshman district, and I'm a freshman in the GRPS district. I'll be reading the questions we asked of the GRPS administration. My first question is the district proactive in asking family, students, staff, and community feedback? Are they responsive to the feedback provided? Audience says, survey says, 14% excellent, 51% average, 31% poor, 4% not sure. My next question is, do you feel included in the district decision making about the future and or in solving ongoing problems? Audience says, survey says, 5% excellent, 54% average, 38% poor, 3% not sure. My third question is, rate the urgency with which the district responds to chronic issues facing our schools: transportation, school food, staffing and district culture, air quality, and mental health. Audience says, survey says, 10% excellent, 32% average, 57% poor, 2% not sure. My final question is, do the goals and objectives laid out in the reimagined GRPS dashboard adequately address the root of chronic issues in the district? Again, transportation, school food, staffing and district culture, air quality, and mental health. Audience says, survey says, 8% excellent, 51% average, 31% poor, and 10% not sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Abigail. And then we'll have Lebanese Gomez next.
Hi, my name is Nalani Ramos, and I am a freshman attending GRPS District. I'll be reading the questions we asked the GRPS Board of Education. The first question is, rate how well the Board of Education is doing in holding the district accountable to address chronic issues facing our schools: transportation, school food, staffing, district culture, air quality, and mental health. Audience says, survey says 6% excellent, 43% average, 37% poor, 13% are not sure. My second question is, rate how you feel the district's budget allocations, which are provided by the Board of Education, have addressed chronic issues facing the districts. Audience says, survey says 4% excellent, 31% average, 48% poor, and 16% not sure. My third question is, does the Board of Education demonstrate appropriate knowledge of the needs and issues affecting students and families in GRPS? Audience says, survey says 9% excellent, 41% average, 38% poor, and 12% are not sure. My final question is, how well do Board of Education members collaborate with one another to identify solutions? Audience says, survey says 7% excellent, 33% average, 17% poor, and 43% are not sure. Thank you to the audience for filling out the survey and participating, and thank you to the board for listening. We will present the survey recommendations later during general comment. Thank you.
Okay, Nkeche, I'm sorry, I don't want to murder, but you're up next. If you could let me know that you recognize who you are. Thank you so much. I apologize.
Hello, my name is Libanessa Gomez, and I wanted to prove a point about transportation. So last year I was a freshman, and currently I didn't apply for a wave card, so it came out of my pocket to pay for it. It was like, for 2 weeks, I paid like at least 20, maybe more, and I just wanted to let you guys know that it was really difficult for me to get to school on time if I wanted to go on bus or if I wanted to go walking. And I got sick one of the days that I had to go because it was raining, and I was already getting a little sick, and it just made it worse, so I had to miss another day after because I got sick. But I just wanted to let you guys know that transportation is not good for me because you guys have like a 0.5, I'm like 0.4, and it's still like 30 minutes to walk to school. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll have Karina Rodriguez.
Hi, my name is Nkechineta Okuwasi. I'm a sophomore at City, and today I am here to talk about school lunch. So as a student, it's upsetting that I have to like be served gross school food that is not appetizing. It shouldn't be normal for school food to be bad. It shouldn't just be like I just have to like accept that fact. And the fact that students have to accept that is like really sad, and it's just like messed up. And I know for a fact that Larry Johnson, Philip Green, and the school board can do better. Y'all just don't. We need y'all to actually take the feedback from students into account and just, instead of just throwing these opinions under the rug just to say you did something. And this public comment is not just my opinion, but also the thoughts of hundreds of other students tired of this barely edible food. Thank you.
Next, we have Miss Jolene Andrews.
Hi, my name is Karina Rodriguez. I am a student at City High. So, and I also use she, her pronouns. I'm going to be talking about transportation as well, but I'm going to be having a connection with Dean Transportation. It affects me, my parents, and my brother. My brother goes to Union, and I'm going to speak on his behalf. And you may ask me why he's not here. He is in special education, so he has Down syndrome. There have been multiple times, more than I can count, whereas Dean Transportation is not on time and where I have to miss my bus in the morning because I have to wait for him, or where my parents have to be very late to work because Dean Transportation isn't there. I'm missing out on my own education because they're not there on time. And I understand that maybe it's also like my parents should be waiting there when actually they sometimes go to work like at 4 in the morning to provide for us. I do want to bring a point where in school, we're in economics, and I've been learning about what opportunity cost is, and I've been learning how this has been affecting me and my parents as well, and I'm putting my education on the line just to wait for my brother to get picked up. I cannot miss more days or be late to school more than I already have. This is putting so much on the line for my parents as well, whereas they have to call transportation, and my brother doesn't even go to school because we don't know where the bus is. There's no bus that is coming to our house to pick him up, or maybe it's coming like 2 hours late. Nobody has the time or like any type of way to take him to school when we all have our own priorities. I know most of you are parents and also have priorities too. And I think you should take into evaluation how you would feel if you had to take your kid 2 hours later to somewhere, or if you were late just because something that wasn't going the right way, but it wasn't your fault. Gene transportation should not have, they shouldn't be evaluating themselves when a lot of people in the room have different opinions and they know that it's not true.
We're at time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Carrie Clark.
Good evening, Jolene Andrews. I teach at Southwest Elementary. Contrary to what you might believe, I don't want to spend my Monday evenings here. We've been told time and time again to direct all concerns up the chain of command, but that chain of command is too large and too broken. The people at the top are too far removed from the students. I can't trust that my voice will be heard unless I speak publicly. Even with the number of staff members who have been speaking out, our voices are still going unheard. The district will say publicly that we should increase teacher pay. We should get our teachers out of the bottom third in the county. And yet the district took 1.5 months to respond to our proposal with an offer of $375. I cannot begin to explain to you what a slap in the face that is. You have spent years collecting feedback. You've taken no action towards the necessary changes, spending more money at the school building level. To people who work in schools, it feels like Franklin campus is the only place where positions get added and filled. Every time I look at the job postings, there's a new overpaid admin position. Everyone at Franklin campus seems to have an assistant. And even with that, we're not able to get our problems solved and our emails go unanswered. I teach all day, every day, and I respond to my emails within 24 hours. What's their excuse? It seems when Franklin is stressed, a new position is created to lighten the load. Meanwhile, it's a different story at the school level. There aren't enough adults to properly run a school, to keep students safe, and to teach them. There are times we call every extension in the office and no one answers because they're pulled in so many directions. When we go understaffed, we don't get assistance or grace. We get more work. We take on extra students when there are no subs. We do recess duties. We miss our already limited planning time. We clean our own rooms. We buy our own supplies. And we take on duties like the technology and the testing coordinator. As more teachers start to look for new jobs after being insulted by this financial offer, the teachers who stay will have more work piled on them until they start to look for other jobs as well. For every position in the district, you need to ask, what's the acceptable level of distance from or proximity to students? The closer a position is to directly interacting with students and impacting their achievement, the more value we should be placing on that position. It's time to act. Increase pay this year and then find a way to increase it more next year. That means taking a hard look at the value that the positions add to student success and the well-being in the district.
Carrie Clark and Addie Donnelly, you're next. Carrie Clark? This is the third request for Carrie Clark. And then we'll have Addie Donnelly next.
With all the applause. I'm Carrie Clark, a parent of a third grader at North Park Montessori. I'm here to speak on the ability of the board to hold the district administration accountable. There has been more rigorous discussion from current board members than in past years, but there are also limitations in areas for growth. I and other district community members feel board members don't have access to enough independent information about the status of the district outside of what the administration provides. The board also doesn't seem to have clear agreed upon standards of excellence, nor a process to hold the district accountable to those standards. To address these limitations, it is recommended that board members structure their time to include connecting directly with students, staff, and parents. They should also have a clear definition of standards of excellence and pursue those standards through policy and budget investments. Thank you.
Thank you. Addie Donnelly. Next we have Hector Zotella.
Hello, my name is Addie Donnelly. I'm a PAL and a parent. I'm a PAL at City High and CFE. I'm speaking on behalf of the report card. So we acknowledge that the district is talking about restructuring, but no clear plan as of yet. Affirm goals of moving EDs back into school buildings, reconstruction of current EDs, and where departments are housed. Acknowledge the limitations. There continue to be efforts to protect Franklin campus from significant change. There is a profound lack of accountability for EDs and above, even when their areas of responsibility are underperforming. Suggestions for improvement: reduce the level of bureaucracy and centralize decision-making at central office. Grant building level principles are autonomy with robust support and accountability. Reform the culture of hierarchy and push for participation decision-making structures that include building level staff and parents and students. And a quote from a GRPS employee: please put administrative personnel back into the schools. They can have their offices inside the school buildings where they could help. There are so many administrators, it's hard to know what person or even who to contact when you need something. Also, requests for emails are often ignored. Thank you.
Hector. And then we have Sandra Jimenez. I'm not sure if I said that right. You're up next.
Hello, my name is Hector Zoleta, and I have 2 students at Riverside Middle School. I want to start by saying that I'm grateful that the district has acknowledged some of the chronic issues that the community has identified as a whole, and we are able to visualize and see the acknowledgement through the reimagined dashboard. However, I do want to point out some of the places where this platform is lacking. There's no clear set standards of excellence or goals being pursued within this platform. Rather, it is seen more as a communication tool rather than a plan of improvement. I do want to put a quote out here that somebody from the community had mentioned. Reimagining transportation should not mean we get reports from Dean. It should mean kids are getting safely to and from school on time every day. I want to echo this and kind of speak on this just because one of my students who will be attending high school next year will need to rely on public transportation to get to school and not on transportation that the school is able to provide to him. Why is it that my student has to worry about this when students 10, 15, 20 minutes down the road have access to school transportation? One other thing I wanted to point out or acknowledge within your platform is how you guys acknowledge schools with ACs. At the moment on the platform, it says 34 to 43 schools. Roughly 79% of schools have ACs. What about these other 9 schools that don't have that? And why is it that the target date to have these fulfilled, August 2029? There are students who this year had to miss school because it was too hot, because their school did not have air conditioning. Why are we not prioritizing these schools' education, these students' education, just as much as any other student? I believe that the board should work with students, staff, and community members to identify and make these clear, identifiable, measurable definitions of success for these.
Thank you, sir. Sandra Jimenez, and then Lindy Chavez, you're up next.
Good evening. My name is Sandra Jimenez, and I am a GRPS staff person and GREA member. I work at 2 schools. I'm also relaying some comments here about the community report card survey. It has to do with community feedback recommendations. We appreciate the district has made efforts to improving gathering feedback in Eureka report and the strategic plan and Reimagine GRPS plan. One of the things that we acknowledge is there are some limitations to that. Feedback is gathered, but the implementation and responsiveness is kind of poor. Feedback opportunities are around the crisis plans are with rush timelines, and those with ideas are not included in the planning. Also, some suggestions for improvement: create standing structures for engagement that begin at the building level, include students, parents, and staff in district planning work from the beginning. Be clear and specific about how the feedback impacted the plans, and regularly share both information about the process of how decisions was made and more detail on factors considered when making decisions. And this is a quote that a parent wrote: "When you don't value inclusion in the planning stage, many issues are not addressed. There's no way for the public, parents, students, or staff to evaluate or measure what's working or not." So thank you.
Thank you. And Dan Slater up next. Dan?
Hi, my name is Lindy, and I attend school in Grand Rapids. I'm here to talk about school food, and although I'm not a GRPS student, I am here in solidarity and support for my friends, students, and families of GRPS. As you've heard previously, hearing my friends and other students' experiences with school food, describing it as unappetizing or not edible, it just makes me frustrated and confused, because it's important that you actively listen to students now. And how are you supposed to get through the day when you're not able to focus, when you're not able to be satisfied with the food you ate, and you're expected to still go to school, still pay attention in class, still be awake, still have the energy to even do work after school, and all the responsibilities that students have. So I just think it's crazy that students aren't heard. And I also think that also knowing that GRPS has over 14,000 students, and many students here right now are affected by the low performance of GRPS food, transportation, and more, should be the biggest indicator for making a change. And so I urge you to actively listen to their experiences and stories, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Dan, and next we have Basado Valdez.
Good evening, Dr. Roby, board. I first must say, thank you. Yeah. Look at this turnout. We are here for the kids. That's the end all, be all, and it should always be the end all, be all. Our kids, they're the fun part of the job. They really are. So, first of all, thank you. Second of all, both my parents went through GRPS. My father and some of his other family members and both of his parents went through, it was a really old program. There used to be a newcomers program at the elementary level. Starting in the 40s, there was one. Somehow, it's gone. I just had a student come last week from Guatemala. He needs services. We need social work, not virtual. We need ELL services. We need SEL services for this population. It is essential, and we're doing nothing for these babies fresh to Grand Rapids, let alone America. Where are our priorities?
Abby Zoletta, you're up next. Besida? Are you not going to? Oh, no, I will. Okay, you're up next.
Hey everyone, my name is Saida. I'm a GRPS alumni, and I currently have a couple of my family members still part of GRPS. I'm just here supporting the initiative of student leadership here in our schools. I think it's incredible to see our students learning how to speak up for themselves, and these are kind of lessons that not only take place here in the school, but that's where they can be cultivated. And so I think it'd be really great to continue to see these students and their leadership cultivated. And we know that them speaking up for themselves, not only here, will translate into them speaking up for themselves in their workplaces or in their college career, in their trade school as well. And so, or even with their families, like what is it like to draw sort of their self-advocacy as well. I'm also here to support teachers and being able to pay our teachers a living wage, support them with other sort of resources necessary for them to not hold on multiple hats as their teachers. I know that, you know, it's a 9-person sort of space, and so a lot of the work that y'all do is additional hours and times. And so I also know that there's a possibility with this new board to really reimagine what it's like to engage with folks, but also what does that look like coming into life? What does it look into practice? And sometimes it could be kind of scary to feel like you might be more promising, but what is it like to continue to engage with our communities and make sure that they really feel like their feedback is taken into accountability and being worked on, and what is the update with that? I also got the pleasure of talking with multiple students, and that was also part of the survey results. And a lot of them told me like they do like the surveys. They not only the surveys, but they do like giving their feedback. They want to be a part of the schools. They want to be engaged. They want to be part of like amplifying their school, making it more than what it is right now. And so, but the procedures and the spaces to be able to do that are very limited. Or they're survey onlys, and they need people to come to these classrooms and ask them and engage with them, and do these focus groups with them. And that's not just having like 1 or 2 students from every building like we're doing with the lunch survey. That should be what does it look like for a taste test for the building for people to know what's going on. And so just looking at the opportunity to do that. Thanks.
After Abby, we'll have Kara Shower.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Abby, and this is my 3rd time speaking at a board meeting. The first time I was here was January 2023, and that's when I gave a poem about how I experienced food scarcity as a child, and it highlighted how important to me nutritious school lunches were. And still a year later, I'm asking for the same things. And I know since then there has been some change on your end, but reading from the results we got from the community report card, I want to acknowledge some limitations we experienced at UCC, and one of them was POC fatigue. The team encountered a sense of delusion from organizational leaders, district staff, and parents of color who are struggling to hold on to hope for change after so many years of being disappointed. And I think you guys, as the board member and as the district, can really change that when you make more regular efforts to connect with students and caregivers and staff members. 80% of students are people of color, students of color, so connecting to them on like a building level, at the school buildings, and at times when conversations are not limited by the presence of administrators, that would be really important. So like coming to our level and listening to us, that can really make the change. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Kara Shower. I've got 2 kids at Ridgemore Park Montessori, and up till this very second, I am still debating what to say to you tonight. Because I cry every friggin' time. Because I care about our kids, because I care about our teachers. During the 3.5 years that my family's been a part of Ridgemore, we've seen a lot of turnover. There are only 6 classrooms in our building, and I personally have seen more than 6 teachers leave and be replaced in that short time. This doesn't include turnover we see every year in art and music. It also doesn't include folks who've had to step away for medical reasons. Only 2 of our teaching staff have been employed the entire time that we've been a part of this community. According to the Montessori model, my son in 3rd grade should have had 2 teachers up till now. His current one leaves Friday. Sorry. Stepping in for her, we will have 1 teacher in on Monday, Wednesday, Friday. We will have another on Tuesdays and Thursdays. More than half of this classroom are children of color, low income, and neurodivergent. We do not have social workers. In our building, we have Tamika Houston. She's amazing. Whatever you do, keep her. We need more support for these kids. We need math support. We have reading support. SLD is amazing. They're fantastic. We are majorly lacking in math. We need to pay our teachers to keep them. Our teachers are fantastic. You are holding our children's lives in your hands, and quite frankly, you're screwing it up. You have an opportunity here as you reimagine to change that, to feed the souls of these kids and of your staff. They are incredible. Please do your job better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Richard
Put my
Trapp.
glasses on so I can actually read this. My name is Donna Kelly DeBoer. I have worked 37 years for Grand Rapids Public Schools. I retired, actually, and after about 3 months at home, I missed my students, my scholars, and I've kind of like the grandma to the building. I'm happy to be back. I also wanted you to know that I'm reading the 5th response from the Urban Report Card, which basically talks about staffing. The reason why I decided to talk about this point is I wanted you to understand that my email mailbox is absolutely filled with other school districts that want me to go work for them, which is amazing to me because when I started, there was an oversupply of teachers, and basically, you were going to be where you were going to be. I love Grand Rapids Public Schools. I chose to come back here. I had to hear a lot of things from a lot of other districts that I didn't care for, like how they would value me more, like they would be happy to pay me more money. You know what? That's not the most important thing to me. The most important thing to me is to work in a supportive building that I am blessed with at Shawmut Hills Elementary. I am blessed with wonderful, wonderful students. I'm talking about the staffing issue because we need to prioritize staffing. It breaks my heart when I have to see the young teachers that I work with having to take second jobs because they can't make it on what they're living. I have been blessed that you brought me back at the pay scale that I left, and I have taken a large part of that money and I've invested it back in my school and into my scholars. The lunch program is not adequate. I buy snacks. The kids all know I have snacks in my room and they come to me to get snacks. That comes out of my pocket. I'm lucky I can afford that. I can afford that because Grand Rapids employed me for 37 years, and I want to thank you for all that. You made mortgage payments for me. You helped get my kids through college. I appreciate all you've done. I want to see our district flourish. I had one superintendent
Thank
said to
you.
me, okay, thank you.
Richard Trapp, I'm sorry. And then last, we'll have Marta Johnson.
All right. Thank you, Board and Dr. Roby, for your service. My name is Richard Trapp. I'm a Union High School teacher. I'm going to be fairly short. I'm just going to say negotiate. I want to say at the table, not by email. We know that there's 30 million, or there was 30 million before transferring money to capital funds. We know we're 100 plus teachers short. We know we're 18 months out. We still haven't negotiated planning time for our elementary teachers. And if the $375 offer is the best that the district can do, surrounding districts are going to be jumping for joy because they will have, we will have a mass exodus here because I'm talking to my friends at Union and I'm talking to my friends at Ottawa, and they can't look at their families and say, yeah, I can make 4, 6, 7,000 more here versus there. And I don't want to be the there. I want it to be the here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marta Johnson. She, her pronouns. I'm going to speak on the issue that I've been advocating on in relationship to the Reimagine GRPS dashboard. It's on air quality. I work tirelessly to try to both partner with the district and build up a group of parent and teachers to work together on this important issue. I repeatedly called and emailed administrators to ask for a meeting with this group and to continue to try to share resources on free programs with MDHHS, and other EPA programs that we could utilize to improve our air quality and the health of our teachers and our students and their ability to thrive. In June, the district came up with their own plan and budget on air quality with no input from advocates or inclusion or follow-up on what the plan was. Even after this frustration, I kept trying to get a meeting to partner with the district into August. It wasn't until after I filed a complaint that I got towards a response. I had to keep on pushing to try to get a clear answer when finally I was told no, there would be no meeting with me and the other parents and teachers that I had been working with, a refusal to partner. What I learned, I decided then that I needed to use the Freedom of Information Act to figure out what was being said to me and what was actually being done because things were not adding up. What I learned is on that May 5th, after months of asks, continuing to share resources and requests for meetings and being told that there was just one obstacle there, internally there were communications that they not only didn't like what I was asking for, which were free MDHHS filters, but they didn't agree for what I was advocating for, which was EPA guidelines for schools to improve their indoor air and the MDHHS program to try to help people clean their indoor air. This was not just some fantasy that I made up about air quality. So nobody talked to me though after these series of emails in early May. No communication in May, June, July, or August until I finally filed a complaint and then pushed for an answer. So where do we go from here? We need a reimagined GRPS plan that is informed with partnership with parents and teachers and students.
We're at time.
Thank you.
Of our first open comment, there'll be another at the end of the agenda. And we have our secretary's report.
All right, thank you. The Ad Hoc Facilities Committee will be meeting on Tuesday, February 13 at 4:30 p.m. in the Administration's Library Building in Conference Room 112. And board members, please check your email for an invitation to the Kent Intermediate Association of School Boards dinner meeting featuring career and technical education exploration, preparing the next generation of professionals. The meeting will be held on Thursday, March 7 between 6 and 8 p.m. And that's my report.
Okay. Committee chair update. I will provide an update for our policy committee, which is informational for our board members. We had to come up with a policy that aligned with one of our partners and we had a chance to have that, and it really is kind of not a policy that we are creating, but a policy that we are aligning with our partner to have clear, concise information from their end and our end that is the same. So that is in your board packet. If there are any questions, please let us know, but that is an informational update for the board members. Any questions about that? All righty, then we'll move along to our conference report out. And we had several of our colleagues that attended a National School Board Equity Symposium and Advocacy Institute, and I would like to provide them an opportunity to give a report out. Who would like to go first? Mr. Eatman?
Yes, good evening. There was a handful of us that went to Washington, D.C., along with others across the nation, districts across the nation, to talk about equity and policy around school board advocacy. There was quite a bit that I thought was very interesting. One aspect was its regards to the incorporation of artificial intelligence into the classroom and how that is shaping how our students across America are interacting with the educational system, but also how we should not lean in across the board in a fearful way, but embracing that because that's how we're going to be able to stay up to date with technology and what's happening. But also they shared with some programs that are actually already embedded and vetted by the Department of Education in regards to how teachers can incorporate using AI and removing that fear factor that we might have as adults. And the unknown, but kids are being very well versed in what AI can do and what it can't do, and how do we incorporate that where it is embraced in the academic level. So that was very informative in that regards. Another session that seemed to be a fan favorite, had nothing to do with policy or government. She actually made sure that she stated that. to make sure that we talked about our students who learn different and how sensory impact the way that they can learn in classrooms with lighting. And simply using your camera to identify where some of these lighting points stand from when it comes to LED lighting that seems to be more energy efficient, but also triggering at the same time, and how that impacts a student's ability to learn when there are lights that are a little bit loud, and not loud in the sense of sound, but loud in their ability to comprehend what's before them, and how that can also be a distraction when they are in a classroom. And did a demonstration with simply using our phones that you can actually see and point out. It was quite informative, and also kind of informed us of what we were doing in regards to what we might be seeing here at GRPS with our scholars. Another thing that stood out was, I would say, I would say across the board, I would say the posture, a relaxed posture when it comes to really advocating and fighting with our congressmen and women who are making decisions and fighting over funding for each district to get a piece of the pie, and how other groups are a little bit more aggressive in that approach, and how we're seeing results from that posture. And that really made me take a step back and look at it as far as what is our approach when we are advocating for on behalf of our students, and how we also should take a very similar posture in that regards when it comes to the advocating for our scholars. It was disappointing to see that there's been some ask for 50 years from the Capitol Hill that has been ignored, but yet some other groups can be a little bit more in front and get their point across and get the funding that they need. And so perhaps maybe that's how we need to change our posture and what we're advocating and fighting for our district needs as well. So that lit a necessary.
Can we have someone from security to the back?
Quickly.
Yeah, we've got one.
Oh, okay.
All righty, Mr. Eman, is there any additional comments? Our security is there, Mr. Roth is checked. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Eman?
Well, they didn't want to ignore what was happening and make sure that took precedence over any comment I had to make, is the safety of who we have in the room. So glad to hear that she's okay. She or he is okay. Yeah, so overall, what it was really interesting also to hear some of the shared dilemmas that are hitting across the board across the United States when it comes to teachers and the advocacy that is happening around our classroom and our scholars across the board with the other programs that came up. How do we advocate for our Native American students as well, and the needs that come across them, and what way we can step into place to hear those stories, and how that could be incremental changes for understanding their cultural needs, and how that plays into our education system as well. So overall, I would say it was extremely informative, despite coming down ill on that trip and pushing through, but it was very informative in order with some really keen things and takeaways to bring back to the district.
Thank you. And Ms. Milton?
Yeah. And just to repeat the conference name, it was really exciting to be a part of. It was the Advocacy Institute and Equity Symposium. It's like such a mouthful. So I was really excited going. And what I want to share is just something that was really convicting for me, and maybe some of you have already learned this, but I'll just share my own learning. As I went, I think of myself as an advocate and as someone who specifically is an activist and really cares about justice. And there are so many different pieces to pick up, different sessions that you go to all day long, and the keynote speakers, and there's just a lot of messages coming at us. And as the time went on, I was kind of trying to boil that, have what needs to boil up in me boil up. And what was coming to me a lot is that these people, especially our keynote speakers, they spoke so passionately about what they were doing. So Dr. Burke from Mississippi, which the state of Mississippi is doing some great things, was speaking about how they wanted the science of reading in every classroom. And that was like a singular goal. Another group was talking about, they were a turnaround district, and they were talking about getting down to their virtues as a district and letting that lead them. Another keynote speaker was talking about how they just wanted to see everybody as, you know, the best that they could be, as well as seeing themselves as the best, you know, version of themselves. And what occurred to me is that a lot of times in the work that I'm bringing here, I'm thinking about this idea of like fighting and like justice and making sure that, you know, we improve this American system of education. But what really came through is the success stories that I read about, that we hear about, that, you know, they make, you know, their way around educational circuits because it's really making a difference. Those are groups that have rallied around something positive. So rather than them being there saying like, we're gonna, you know, work against this and we're gonna stop this, and if just this thing changed, then we would succeed. It's really more of a community rally cry. And what I'm excited about here tonight, with so many people being here and just the amount of involvement that we've had in the Reimagine GRPS and the amount of voices that are being raised, I think that if we do our job and we really look, there's going to be something bubbling up as like the community hope. You know, and this thing that we as a city can rally around. So I'm really hoping that though there's a lot of things that we need to fight for justice on, and there's a lot of reasons for advocacy, I think our job as a board is to say, what are we going to advocate for? And what's that rally cry that's really going to unite us forward? So for me, it was really just a great time to think through what are those positives that are coming forward that we can pick up and carry forward for our community. So it's a really great time. So I'm grateful for being sent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And then our super.
Yeah, I was going to
Dr.
just add specifically, as we went to the equity forum and then also the advocacy, talking with our elected officials, some of the highlights that we wanted to uplift are some of the conversations that we've been having here tonight, specifically around IDEA, which is Individuals Disabilities Education Act, and it's an act that was enacted in 1975 with the promise that it would be 100% funded. And so, and that has never been the case in the almost 50 years. We're 49 years out from IDEA. And what that is our special education students, our students with IEPs and exceptionalities, that they're not funded at the same level as our general education. And so what that looks like, and one of the things that we reiterated to our senators as well as our Congress folks, is that the impact on districts such as GRPS, which is an urban district, and it has lots of diversity, and we embrace that, but it does also have some impact on our overall budget. And so when you look at what the training is specifically for special education teachers, they are licensed at a different level and have additional trainings that take place to support those young people. And 49 years later, we're still asking for it to be fully funded. And at present, it only covers about 14% of the teaching costs. And so that means 86% has to come out of our general fund. And one of the things that we are trying to advocate on, not only just for GRPS, but then as we met with other officials from other districts and then across the nation, it's the same type of story to say, this is a problem that has been 50 years in the making, and what is the tipping point, as we are sharing stories about what it looks like in stories that many of you have shared with us. Former classroom teacher, I understand what that looks like, and sharing those stories. What is the tipping point for our elected officials to understand that this is an equity issue, as well as it's almost criminally, educationally irresponsible. And those were the words that I was using with our elected officials to let them know that this is not something that we're just coming to say. And I know that they have lots of people who come from across the United States to lift up different issues, but when we're talking about the care and the academic experience of young people, we have to really lift that up. The other thing that we also lifted up is around competitive salaries and retaining staff. And so that is not something that anyone here, myself included, is using as a talking point. We know that there's some things that we have to address, but it also is a systemic and system-wide issue. And the stories that we have shared for a young person to graduate from college, and when they enter and you compare teaching to other professions, there sometimes is a $40,000 to $60,000 difference for entry-level positions. We are aware of that. And so that is not something that GRPS created. That is a system-wide how we have approached it. And so it's how do we look at some of these things to make sure that we are advocating in a way that teaching and the value of teaching is seen as it launches all other professions. And every one of us has had a teacher. And so one of the unique things about education is that we've experienced it from the consumer as a student, but then also those of us who are in education have experienced it from a professionalism as well. And so those are things that we were lifting up around the national level. And so it was that conversation. And then to Ms. Melton's point around the equity experience, we had people across the nation. And so as we're listening to stories and talking to other board members and superintendents and parent leaders and community members, the issues in public education is the crisis of our time. And we are trying to approach it in a very systematic way, but also a way that can be sustained. And so short fixes don't have lasting impact. And that's the one thing that kind of resonated over and over, that we have to make adjustments so that it's sustainable over time, because a short kind of injection of this or that might feel good at the time, but if it's not sustainable, that doesn't help anyone. And so we want to make sure that we're always intentional in our approach. And so those were the large kind of themes that we talked about with our elected officials.
So to just reemphasize her point of the congressmen and senators that said, oh, I never thought about it in that manner, that teachers produce every profession. And it was almost a, what do you mean, type of moment. How could you not? And so to see that shift, we kind of got tired of trying to say, what else? You had 50 years of stories. What is the tipping point? What gets you to move beyond making decisions? And so it was really, I think they had a different perspective based off of our difference of posture. We postured ourselves differently to really hit that home in regards to what we said selfishly, what we needed in our district, but also understand this is a regional impact. And so
it's a national impact.
Correct.
One of the stories that I did share, I'm sorry to interrupt. One of the stories that I did share is that when you look at the how teachers we've lost a generation of teachers. And so over the last 20 years in the state of Michigan, for example, Michigan State would graduate from their College of Education about 2,500 to 3,000 teachers every year from the College of Education. This last cycle, they graduated from the College of Education around 172. And so I need to so that people hear what that means. And if you think about just public schools, I'm not talking about charters, I'm not talking about private institutions, I'm talking about K-12 public schools. In our state, there are 518 public education institutions. That is not even a teacher, a district. And so when you think about, and I think one of the people who came up forward and talked about 37 years that they have been in teaching and how there was always a surplus, we have exasperated the teaching profession for a lot of different reasons. And I'm not going to get political, but I just want to make sure that people do understand that the issue of the shortage is so layered and very complicated. And how do we entice and invite people to come into teaching? It is something that it is in all hands on deck, but it also requires that we look at it not only from a district level, but also from how do we encourage and invite people to enter into the profession? Because as teachers gray out and age out, then we're not replacing them at that same level. And that's something that we have to also consider. And that was part of the conversation.
Thank you all for that input. Dr. Roby?
All right, superintendent's report. So I have a couple of different things that we're going to talk about. Mr. Mel Atkins is going to come down and talk about the importance of our spring count day, which is fast approaching us, and that's directly tied to creating our culture of trust and collaboration. And so, Mr. Atkins.
Before he starts, there's some seats. So I know there's people still standing, but it looks like there's a lot of open seats near the front if you do want to catch a seat.
Thank you for that introduction, Dr. Roby, President Williams, and members of the board. Again, my name is Mel Atkins, Executive Director of Community and Student Affairs. And this short presentation is connected to strategic theme 2 and 3 around optimizing and valuing all school options and ensuring equitable access and outcomes. So Count Day, February 14th is really, really an important day. There are 2 count days that we have in the state of Michigan. First one being October 4th, which we already had, which counts 90% of the allocation. And in the spring, which is February 14th, in just 2 short weeks, counts as 10%. And so those are important days, and we are encouraging hopefully 100% attendance if you're able. If a scholar is unable to attend, there's really 3 things to remember. For unexcused absences, you have 10 days to come back in order to be counted. If you are excused, you have 30 days. If you are either suspended or expelled, you have 45 days to come back in order to be counted. When looking at just a short piece of data, I want to say that we're excited. This is showing you the last 3 count days, so the orange on the left, last school year, 2022-23, you see that we had 13,666.5, and then in the spring, you see there's typically, and this is almost every year, there's a small dip between the fall and the spring count, and I tried to do some homework to figure out why. We couldn't figure out why. I'm sure there's a multitude of reasons why it dips down a little bit, but this is important to say as this count day comes up. And so it's important that we have everyone there that can be there. If you're unable to be there for any reason, please call in, and then you have up to the 30 days to call. But one thing, if you look at the 2023-24 bar, that is certified count now to 13,773. We did beat our projections by 56 scholars, and so that is something to be really proud of and excited about. And so and through where we're going right now, we still had 56 scholars above our projections from the previous year. So we're excited about that, and we just want to highlight the importance of February 14th. Questions?
Questions? All right. Mr. Atkins is still on the hot seat. He's going to talk about 2020-24 summer learning opportunities. And that is tied directly to optimizing all school values, meeting scholars' holistic needs, as well as ensuring equitable access and outcomes for our young people.
And so correct. And so I'm excited to announce that our summer school window, our registration window, opened last Monday. Summer school this year will run 6 weeks, June 17th through July 25th, 2024. Monday through Thursday, with no school being on July 4th. We really have a K-12 options. We're going to go over the options in just a second, but really what it goes to are our K-8s. K-8 scholars are going to be 8 to 8:30 at breakfast, and then 8:30 to 12:30 have programming. Some of our scholars will stay either for Loop, our after-school program, or EL, English Learner program. Then 9-12, we really have, again, breakfast, 7:30 to 8. Then we have session 1 and session 2, 8 to 10, and 10:15 to 12:15 for to recover credits. And then we know we're going to focus on ELA and math with a really hands-on project-based learning component with social emotional learning wrapped into it. And so what we're doing is the locations. We really looked at the quadrants, and we want to make sure it's equitable across the city, so families wouldn't have to travel so far for summer school. And so the summer locations are really the Burton campus. So you think about Burton Elementary, Burton Middle, Gerald R. Ford Academic Center, Harrison, Kent Hills, and Ridgemore, and those are K-5, 6-8 programs. And then the high school will be at Group of Grand Rapids University Preparatory Academy. Transportation will be provided, but there are guidelines connected to that as well. We encourage everyone for more information, please visit summer.grps.org. This is where you can learn about a plethora of programs. Families should have either have gotten or in the process of getting either robocalls, mailers, as much communication you can around summer school. Every Monday is a key date for us in the sense that it's another round of communication that goes out to our scholars. At the high school level, communication hasn't went out yet, but we're working closely with our counselors to look at really who needs it, and we're making sure we're going to get everyone registered in a timely manner. And so the summer matter. And so I brought really 4 pieces of data, and then one thing we're going to do, and then I'm going to talk about what we're going to do about it. So last year, we had over 2,500 of our scholars registered, and just about half of them attended. And so that was a point of contention. We said we need to do something around our communication. And so that was definitely a point that we used. But then we looked at the scholars that attended versus everyone else. If you look at the 2022 data to the fall 2022, the fall of 2023, we look at our MAP data for ELA. We saw our scholars that attended a 12-point increase in ELA and an 8.5 increase in math. When you compare that to just in general, if you didn't come, what you saw was a 0.53 decrease for ELA and a 4.7 decrease for math. And that talks about the summer learning slide, really what that's relating to. So if we have to have programming for scholars during the summer, if not, they lose what they had gained through the school year. But this is showing you if you're able to come to summer school, especially come each and every day, that the summer learning loss over the years either mitigated or this past summer it was totally gone. And then surveying too, because we know the other data points are important, is showing you that 84% of our caregivers stated that their scholars enjoyed their program as well. So what's being offered?
Excuse me. Sorry, I just had a quick question for you on that last slide. So for the 2023 average attendance, and maybe you're going to already go ahead with this in your presentation moving forward, so I apologize if you are. What are some things that maybe we're already thinking about as we move closer to summer to get that 51% of students?
Yep.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm ahead. And so, what other opportunities? And so, we pride ourselves here in GRPS to offer. We say if you have an idea, we have it for you here. And so we know one size doesn't fit all. And so if you've been here any amount of time, that you used to hear summer success. And so we rebranded what that meant to Ignite. And so Ignite is really a K-12 process. And this is where it talks around the ELA, math, social emotional learning, project-based learning. And I talked around Loop already. Loop, the after-school program, has connections in summer school as well. We have our kindergarten, highly successful kindergarten, purposely playing towards kindergarten program as well. GRASP is it's an online component or booklets that they have you can do at home. If you know you're going to be sometimes traveling and you can't do it, have the program face to face. That's maybe a program for you. The English Learner Program is it's an extension of the regular summer program for an additional 2 hours to get support. We have a migrant program too that goes beyond the 6 weeks of programming for additional support as well. And then also a newcomers program that's housed at UPrep as well. And so when you combine all those programs, we have, I think, a variety of options that you can learn more about, remember, at thesummer.grps.org. And then what's new this year is we're really leaning on community partners. And so the partners we've been talking to are listed on the screen around Kids Food Basket and WMCAT and Van Annal Institute. And so what we're trying to do is saying, one, how do we take our supports and experiences beyond the four walls? And so some of these things, we talked about the youth ballet, civic theater, partnership, field trips at WMCAT, things like that. We want to give because it's still summer, we want to give our scholars some experiences with them they have our opportunity to do during the summer. And so the last thing I want to highlight on this screen is, for example, is Grandpa's Community College. And so what we're doing is, we know that our high school portion has been typically a credit recovery portion, but we want to venture off more than that. And so think of kind of like a dual enrollment type mindset. in that sense, what really 10th and 11th graders are going to have a chance to really accelerate their learning at this on CC's campus and during the summer. And so we're excited about that new partnership that we're exploring now this year. More details will follow in the upcoming weeks and months with that, but we're excited about the opportunity.
Before you go off of partnerships, I want to just kind of double down on that. This is because I think what we have to start doing a better job of is tying our things right back to how this fits to our district strategic plan. And so this is actually from conversations that we have had from community around how are we engaging with external partners. And obviously this is a beginning list. There are opportunities for continued growth in other places, but it's important to make sure that you are seeing kind of what are the beginning lists. And a lot of this has come from feedback from those community partners that are listed, as well as interest inventories for our students and the different things that they want to experience. Summer school should be fun. Obviously, you're there to continue to learn, but learning can certainly be fun. And so I just want to make sure that we're making that connection for people to make that direct connection, that it ties directly to strategic plan theme 6 around building a culture of trust and collaboration and stewardship, and just to make sure that our kids see the city of Grand Rapids that's bigger. The classrooms of that Grand Rapids are bigger than brick and mortar buildings. We're able to connect with some of those entities, and I know that that is a starting point. So I just wanted to double down on that.
Thank you. And so we want to be clear on our anticipated outcomes as it relates to summer school. The first thing I know, Mr. Rodriguez, you touched on, and this was attendance. And so we knew, we were always excited around, we had just over 2,500 of our scholars signed up. I'm excited to say the summer window launched literally last Monday. We've already had over 900 scholars sign up in 1 week. And so what we've been doing is really looking at what was our communication plan. And we had to start internally first. Typically, in the previous state, what we would do is we would have a team of us, and I will lead that team, a team of us, so I take ownership in this, that would plan for many, many months. And then we would come out with an email, and then we would launch summer school. Well, with the feedback we were getting from staff, it was saying, I might have missed it, I need more communication, because you have to hear things 7 to 8 times, really to make it, to make sense of it. And so we started in December, we sent in these weekly newsletters, and turning weekly newsletter everyone gets around trying to make the process clear, the purpose of summer, and then we received a lot of positive feedback around, I like the effort with communication. We also created a video, first time ever, taking advantage of the staff of creating a short video of really what this possibly can look like for our scholars. And so we know families sometimes need written materials or visuals as well. And then when I talked around every Monday we have new communications that go out around midday around summer school. And so this is the first time, because this is the first Monday that happens. And so that's going to happen every week into really March 14th. And we're going to have another phase. Then the window closes. And then we have another phase of communications. And then for some reason, if you missed the deadline of March 14th, please don't worry. Reach out to your school, to your school principal or secretary. And we'll make sure we put you on a waiting list and communicate in a timely manner. The second thing we know we want to do, summer should be fun, like Dr. Roby said, but you got to do some academic skill building. And the skill building can be disguised learning with the hands-on project and project-based learning. That's where the Van Nano Institute comes in. There are some of the experts in the field around that effort, and so we're kind of doubling down on that project-based learning component. Just talked around the approved communication, and so we really going really deep onto what that is, and we're going to ask for feedback of how that went. And then this unique experiences, we want to make sure it's not a one-size-fits-all. And we've always offered a number of programs, but combining with the community partners. And so if we have a community partner that's either watching this, like you said, Dr. Roby said, there's still time to continue to partner. I know we've been early conversation with WMCAT is another one that I want to highlight, but there's many, many partners, the City of Grand Rapids, that we want to do. We want to offer unique experiences, because learning can happen in many different ways. But the biggest thing you can do, you can take out of this presentation, is really the summer.grps.org is where you can get all the information. Information is in all the languages that we have, and so it's always translated into whatever language we have on file. And so we are waiting for really all our scholars to have these opportunities. Any questions?
So I do actually have a follow-up question. I know when we talked about this before, and that we learned that there was this large discrepancy between who signed up and who actually attended. There was questions around why they didn't attend. And so I'm wondering, what was the outreach to, or was there outreach to some of these families to ascertain an explanation from them as to why they didn't engage in the program throughout the summer?
Some of it, and so we did reach out early, I would say September-ish, early fall, to ask those questions, and we got some answers, but not all the answers. And so what we're tackling the problem with is summer school typically launches in, say, late January, early February, which it did again this year, and then it may close around just before spring break. And so we knew that we had to get better at the window when someone signed up that takes seconds. What happens in between that time and then when summer school happens? And then we know from past experiences, the more you get the scholar excited about something, the more likely it's going to happen. And so I know, besides what I didn't name before, is just a quick shout out for, I know we have an expo coming up this Wednesday at Gerald R. Ford Academic Center, and there's going to be, we have a booth there that's representing summer school. There's going to be family nights that we're instituting at the summer locations for the first time, so you can experience hands-on before it starts. And we're talking about door knockers and things of that nature to try to get incentives as well, to try to get our scholars excited about it, also get their families excited about it as well. We just had to, our strategy right now is really over communicate is one of them. And then the second piece was making the experiences more hands-on, get outside the four walls with community partners that can support something maybe that we couldn't do alone. Any other questions?
So when you mentioned, the idea of what happens between when a family signs up a student for summer school, right? It could be right at the beginning in January, and then they've got, 6 months until the actual program starts. I don't know, and I know you mentioned too that at Gerald R. Ford, we kind of give out some things that they might be able to do during summer school with the project-based learning. Have you ever considered even sending out a welcoming kit to the students that are coming for summer school, saying, hey, these are some of the projects we're going to work on over the summer. We're excited to see you. This is something you can do at home with a parent, with a sibling, while you wait for summer school, maybe in that midpoint, just to kind of get them a little more excited for it. I don't know, that's just something I'm thinking, because I do agree, even with the best of intentions, if we sign up in January, I know I would forget if I was a parent, by the time summer comes, that's something that my student is enrolled in.
That's definitely an excellent idea. And so I haven't thought about it but we would take it with the team, and if I heard you correctly, it's right around the midpoint, or if we can have something to take home to say, get a taste of summer. And
Right,
really
right.
excited about it.
Absolutely.
Great idea.
What were the dates and times for summer school? Like, how early does it start?
And so right here, the question was the dates and times for summer school. And so for elementary and middle school scholars, breakfast is 8 to 8:30. Then programming starts at 8:30. And it goes depending on the program you're in. Some scholars go to 12:30, and other ones may go to 2:30. And then for high school, there's a half an hour early. 7:30 to 8 is breakfast, and then session 1 is 8 o'clock. 8 to 10 is session 1, but if that's not for you, you have a session 2 from 10:15 to 12:15 with lunch after.
So some scholars have opportunity to go from 8 to 12:30 and then go to loop after?
Correct.
Is it like that last year?
That was, it was set up a little bit different last year. And so last year was definitely a shorter day, but we got feedback and saying we needed we needed more days, so we added 2 more weeks, and then we also added longer time for our caregivers. And then what we're looking at is potentially some field trips as well to include in that.
I can see the short days being a reason.
Yep.
Like I'm doing
Yep.
this
So
for
we
an
that's
hour,
so that's
2
the
hours.
adjustment we made.
Yeah.
And then have you had any chance to compare the scores of the kids that take summer school from fall to fall to those that don't from fall to fall?
And so what this was comparing was not that this was hot off the presses. What this is saying is the scholars that attended summer school had a 12-point increase from fall to fall on ELA, then 8.5 on math, and
Right.
then the one that went slightly down was everyone. And so, but I can definitely either get the information to Dr. Roby to include either here or a separate report that shows you just isolated without the summer school
Yeah,
scholars.
that would be great, just because, I mean, there's so many different ways to do
Yep.
summer school, and if we're continuing to not. And then 7:30 for high school, has there been feedback that that's going to work? Because I have a high schooler that I could not get to summer school at 7:30.
And so in the past, and I thought the same thing too. With our scholars, and some of them with work experiences and things of that nature, they said, I want to get over with and done with. I can do the 2 hours, but if I do it any later, that cuts into my day. So that's some of the
It's 2
feedback
sessions
we've been
though,
getting.
correct?
2
Where-
sessions. So
yeah.
session 1 or session 2. So if the 8 o'clock doesn't work for you, we have a
Oh, it said
10:15 session as
7:30?
well. 7:30 is breakfast if you need it.
Sorry, one last question, just for clarification. For the summer school scholars, are they all provided? What does the transportation look like for the summer school program? Do they all get bus services or no?
And so it's similar to the school year in the sense that it's so many where you live. We have these different drop-off areas, and it's the mile, the 1.0 mile. But we have probably more a lot of buses happening for summer because you only have 6 or 7 locations, and so it's a lot different than the school year. But we make sure transportation is close to you. And then one of the reasons why we end in mid-March, we try to cut the window off so Dean has enough ample time to build the routes, and we make sure there's nothing, no anomalies that would say, why does a scholar have to travel so far? And so we can get the information out to our families in a timely manner.
I just have one other question, I'm sorry. I remember last year there was some issues around getting teachers in terms of just the timeliness, some people that wanted to that couldn't, and vice versa. So when will teachers be, I mean, it's difficult, I know, because of registration, so when will you start rolling that out for teachers?
So the initial round, I don't believe teachers were part, there should be coming in the next 2 weeks, was actually today, was on, we have summer postings for certain jobs. And then teachers are coming up very soon, and so RFPs are already put in place, and it's just going down the train until that's posted. But everything we're ready to go. We're excited. We have reached out to the teachers that taught last year to saying, hey, this is coming, and so we just still have to apply, but we're excited about really a summer experience.
Any other questions, colleagues? Dr. Roby?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presentation is from Mr. Luke Steyer. He's going to do an update related to the Reimagine GRPS with Us update. As promised, we are trying to ensure that we provide updates on a regular basis as to where we are.
Thanks, sir. What's that?
Good evening, President Williams, Superintendent Dr. Roby, and esteemed trustees. I'm here to update you on our Reimagine GRPS facility plan. In a moment, I will walk you through how we are helping families at East Leonard and Stocking transition to new school homes in the fall. First, I want to give an update on the timeline of our leadership team's facility recommendation for the Northeast Quadrant. In December, you voted to approve the district-wide facility plan, and at the same time asked our leadership team to reach a new recommendation for a second neighborhood elementary school in the Northeast Quadrant. We've been working since December on that updated recommendation. We've been doing a lot of analysis along with Plant Moran, and we plan to have it finalized and ready to present that recommendation to you at next week's board meeting. I just wanted to lay out the timeline here a little bit. At that work session on February 12th is when we would outline the recommendation. And then at that time, we would follow a similar cadence of gathering feedback to what we did in November and December. We will have an online feedback form for scholars, staff, families, and the community to provide feedback. We also have scheduled feedback sessions for later this month at Palmer Elementary and Aberdeen Academy. After gathering feedback, We'll work to determine whether any changes need to be made to that recommendation, and our goal is still to have the board vote on that updated recommendation for the Northeast Quadrant in March. I also want to walk through the work our district and building leaders are doing at East Leonard and Stocking Elementaries right now to help families transition to new school homes in the fall. This is all part of our strategic theme to create a culture of trust, collaboration, and stewardship. We've hosted family transition nights at both schools. Our East Leonard event was last week, and our Stocking event is this Thursday. So that one is still upcoming. These are some of the pictures from our East Leonard event last week. At both events, families are able to enjoy dinner. Our main goal here is to help families become familiar with their new school homes, so they're able to meet their new principal, sign up for tours of their new school, also have leaders on hand from enrollment, special education, early childhood, and transportation to answer questions that families may have through this process. We know that not everyone can attend those events, so to help ensure everyone gets that critical information, all East Leonard and Stocking families are receiving both emails and letters this week with that enrollment information for next fall. And in addition to the letters, any family who does not attend one of the transition nights is getting an individual phone call from the district with that information for their scholars enrollment for next year and be able to answer any questions or connect them to a person who can answer a question. So we're taking, everyone checks in when they get in on those nights, and so we're able to go through the list and see who was unable to attend. And then I want to show you some of the next steps that we are planning to help guide families through this process. In March, this is the next contact point really at a district level for these families. In March, district staff will attend the parent-teacher conferences at both East Leonard and Stocking. It's a time when families are already coming to the school building, so we want to make it as convenient as possible. We'll be there to answer any questions that they have at that time at those nights. And we'll also be able to have our enrollment team there, and they'll be able to help any families actually walk through that enrollment process on a computer right there and have everything taken care of. In May, we're planning welcome events at Coit, Kent Hills, Sibley, and Harrison Park. This will provide an opportunity for scholars transitioning to these schools to meet the staff and scholars that they'll be joining. So our current scholars at those buildings, as well as the scholars transitioning there from East Leonard and Stocking, everyone will be able to be together and get to know each other. And then we're also planning farewell events at Stocking and East Leonard, where we'll invite current scholars and families, but we'll also invite past students and the entire community to those events to celebrate the decades of learning that have happened in those two buildings. Stocking, in particular, is celebrating their 100th year. So we'll have a look back at those buildings and a chance for everyone to get together. Any questions?
You know, my usual question. So I would really love to see a facilities master index extrapolated to give us the information about when the cost of maintaining a building outweighs rebuilding a building. So prior to voting, I just really need that big picture of what are we doing financially.
Plate Moran has that. They've been doing it for the buildings in the Northeast Quadrant that we've been looking at, and those will be presented as part of our recommendation.
Okay, it would be great to get that
Yep.
a chunk ahead of time so I can kind of process that. Yeah, thank you.
All right.
That's the better question would be, when can we expect that? That's the better question.
It'll be part of the recommendation when we recommend it next week at February 12th for those buildings in the Northeast Quadrant.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next presentation is with our Food and Nutrition Services, Mr. Philip Green, our Director of Food and Nutrition Services.
Good evening, Dr. Roby, President Williams, board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be here again to update you on some things that we have going on with food service. We are continuing to participate in the 10 cents per meal program. This is actually our second year that we're involved with that. To date, August through December, we have submitted for $27,000, roughly, I'm rounding up a little bit, for additional funding from that program. We are also involved with the Team Nutrition Grant, where we were awarded $14,000, $3,500 per school for Southwest Elementary, Middle School, C.A. Frost Middle School, High School, and Ford. So we have $3,500 for each one of those schools to promote locally grown produce and fruit.
Excuse me, you want to wait to the end to ask questions?
if we wait, if we let him present, then that way, if he doesn't address it, you can ask a question.
All right.
That may work best.
Plan of action, again, as we stated earlier, was to increase our availability of salad bars and salads to the scholars. This is expanding on that regarding the product selection that we're offering on the salad bars. A couple of those items are beets, turnips, locally grown carrots, spinach, locally grown lettuce. Those are all items we're working with the local farmers, some of which are listed there. Applewood, Super Bloom Farms, which is basically off of Kalamazoo Avenue, very local, and Blandford Nature Center. We are also in the process of continually looking for new items, introductions, so that we can enhance our menus. Our menus have expanded to what we call a 6-week cycle menu, which means the student should not see those items more than every 6 weeks. And that has progressed from a 4-week cycle menu, and again, is now a 6-week. Again, just an update on the salad bars. Again, we have the standalone units, the serving lines. We also have the pre-made salads, which are made at our Nutrition Center production kitchen. So those are just a couple examples that are up there of what some of the salad bars are portrayed as. On the right upper side, that's C.A. Frost Middle High School. And on the bottom right, that is Southwest Middle School High School. The list you see in front of you are just some of the new items that we have added or will be adding to the menu for the 23-24 school year. Some of them have already been on the menu. Some of them are not in yet. We're still waiting for product samples and for the wholesaler to inform us that those items are stocked.
Phil, can I just interrupt? So when the product samples come in, do students taste test those
Yes,
samples?
a couple slides, I'll show you
Okay.
some of the things we're doing there. Now, also, we had been asked before about some ethnic type items. We are looking for some additional halal type items, as well as some Asian items that later on I'll cover with you with the meetings that we have with upcoming vendors to discuss new item introductions that they have. A few things we've added recently: breakfast sandwiches, bacon and egg biscuit, egg and cheese biscuit, sausage and cheese biscuit. We've added those to the menu that are being produced at our production facility. And really that's more so for the middle schooler and the high schoolers. Okay. Our salads, the Chef's Southwestern Spicy Chicken, we're continually adding new salads as we go along, trying to add a variety to for the scholars. And we also have munchers, Greek salad and Mediterranean. Those are more of a complete salad, but a meal also. So some can have meat, some would have cheese, some would have yogurt. But if the student doesn't want the main entree, they can pick up one of those, and it's counted as a complete meal because it meets all the requirements. Taste testing. We did a taste testing at City and Ford for the family nights. November, we did a tasting at Museum High School. We did the 8-cut chicken at Museum Middle School. Just recently, in January, we did the Fiesta stuffed sandwich and vegetable egg roll. And at that point, we also did a survey to see whether that would be something that the students would want added to the menu. We're all set for the School of Choice coming up. I think I have the wrong date on there. Someone told me it's Wednesday.
Yes, it's 7th.
Okay. So we'll be taste testing our frozen yogurt parfaits and our cherry broccoli salad with a vinaigrette dressing that we created at our facility. Future sampling. We're meeting with Tyson Products right now just to uncover some of the new items that they have. We've discussed the chili and cheese crispito, I believe I pronounced that right. New boneless wings, a white meat nugget, and a Bosco stick. As you can see, our plans right now are to test that at City, MLK, Dickinson, and Shawmut. We don't have a schedule with those yet because we have not received the samples in from the manufacturer. And actually, that will be starting probably late February into March with those taste testings. As I mentioned about new items, we have vendor meetings set up with the following companies that are listed on the screen to to discuss new item introduction. So we meet on a regular basis with the manufacturers and the brokers to discuss new items that are either new items or item improvements that we are being enhanced that we can either add to the menu or make it as an add-on to the normal entree. Again, we had talked about scratch cooking, and currently, like I said, we're having manufactured the chili broccoli soup, chicken and rice soup, and chili. We're looking at onion crock to develop some new items for us that we can use as scratch cooking that we can offer the students.
At present, I just want to clarify, so at present, with scratch cooking, it's primarily soups? Or
soups and possibly sauces, some of the
Okay.
sauces that we can get done also. Yeah. But at one time, we had them making our taco meat. We have not gotten back to that yet with them, but that is another potential item there also. Our stakeholder engagement has basically remained the same. That is getting involved with the advisory board. I think I met earlier this year with the superintendent's, I would say council, but student advisory board. We're continually doing surveys. The last survey was done January the 19th when we taste tested the items over Southwest Middle School, High School. As I outlined earlier, we have many tasting events set up. That will be on an ongoing schedule, especially as we get new items that we could potentially add to the menus. And again, meeting with the school organizations where possible, just to get their feedback. Cafeteria additions. We have recently added 176 new tables to the district at 11 schools. So that was taken care of, completed over the winter break. We had previously put some of the tables in November, and the shipment came in, so we completed those over the winter break. And again, there was 176 tables that were added. All the old ones were taken out and taken away. Didn't need those anymore. Okay. Finally, our capital expenditures. Food costs basically have gone through the roof. I know you noticed at the grocery stores. Supplies, our cafeteria tables. One of the biggest areas that's concerning right now is just the age of the equipment and the repairs and maintenance that we have to conduct on condensers, or could be coolers or freezers that are in the schools. So that's been a major expense that we've had to deal with as we go through the 23-24 school year. To date, our breakfast numbers are up 12% versus prior year, and this is looking at a timetable of August, December 2022 versus the same period 2023. So our breakfast counts are up 12%, our lunch counts are up 8%, our total meals are up 10%. To date, just counting the meals served at GRPS and not the schools that we service as the School Food Authority, we have served 1.2 million total meals. That includes 417,000 breakfasts, 796,000 lunches. So again, a total of 1.2 million versus 1.1 million last year. Any questions?
A lot of food. I do have a question. Thank you
Yes.
for your presentation. Well, my first question was about the local grown food, so
Okay.
you kind of answered that.
Okay.
And so I know we are only looking at specific schools to do the local grown food. Is that what you?
Those schools were under the team nutrition grant.
Okay.
So two of the schools I selected, two of the other schools, either the cook or secretary or administrator in the school signed up for the program.
Okay. And are they able to choose any local growers, or they have like a list of local growers you could choose from?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm basically selecting those with the contact from MDE, the consultant from MDE, but we also have to look at what's in season at the time.
Yep. And then my other question are expectations around the salad bars.
Yes.
Like when they're out, we heard a lot of kids saying like they might be out on Monday and then we don't see them again till Thursday and they're like not consistently put out. Is there expectation around like, are they supposed to be out every day?
They should be out every day, yes.
Okay.
Now, you may see a day where you do not have the pre-packed salads, specifically on Monday, because if we make them on Friday, they won't hold until Monday. So you would see the pre-packaged salad Tuesday through Friday.
Okay.
Thank you for the presentation. I had a couple questions for you regarding starting off with our scholar representation from last time you presented. They talked and asked about engagement with them and having that that feedback for them placed in areas that they see. So I wanted to know, did we ever adjust how we are retrieving feedback from our scholars regarding food?
Yes, I believe they have the UR codes that are being communicated to the principals that I know of, that I know that they were right outside of the lunchroom where they could scan it as they were leaving. My understanding is that they got away from the emails and started going with the codes so that they could do it directly right in the school.
And have you seen an increase of feedback or participation from scholars on that, or do you not have that data?
I don't have that data. I can get you that data. I don't have that data.
We also talked, when our superintendent scholar advisory group met, they gave some suggestions around other ways to collect the information, periodically doing it through advisory as another way to collect the information. But the UR? QR. Thank
I
you.
had it wrong
Sorry.
too. QR.
Yeah, I was like, that didn't sound right. The QR codes, because most folks have a smartphone, but we didn't want that to be a barrier for those who might not have a way to collect it. And then the other avenues are, again, the taste test surveys and different things, as we are trying to provide every school at least one opportunity to have a taste test over the course of the school year, so that there'll be different items, of course, but we want to make sure that everybody has that experience at least once.
Thank you for talking to me about the actual who gets that taste testing, because that was one of the other questions I have. But I noticed on the breakfast menu there, a lot was either dairy-based and or meat-based. And so does our current breakfast menu accommodate for students that identify or that are vegetarian or vegan? Do we have things beyond what you just...
Breakfast is tough. Now, cereal would fall into the vegetarian, eggs.
Milk.
But one of the things we're getting is that what individuals define as vegetarian or vegan, it varies from individual to individual. So it's not one set definition. One may be a vegan and not eat this, or they supplement it with that. So it's kind of hard to match that up with a standard menu item.
So would they have options are there options available for them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then when it comes to the scratch cooking, would that be something that's available to all schools, or do only certain schools get the scratch cooking availability of what that offers?
No, if it's chili, chili.
It'll go across all of them.
Yeah, they serve that at the elementary schools today. So it's across the board. Okay. It probably won't match up. Chili could be a week later at the middle schools and high schools, but all schools have access to it.
Thank you.
So, go.
I was just going to say, I really appreciate the offering of different choices and the 6-week rotation. I'm also just wondering if we have any data, or if we're collecting data on how many kids get lunch each day, to see if there's a menu item that maybe is just a low count because they just don't like it.
There are some, but we also know, for instance, we put drumsticks on the menu, that number shoots through the roof. Chicken nuggets, elementary school. So yeah.
My thought is maybe those things wouldn't need to be on a 6-week rotation because we know
They're popular.
they're popular. But then my other thought is a lot of what the presentation is showing us the different choices that are being offered. And I'm wondering if in our engagement with students and parents and staff, if any other issues regarding breakfast and lunch have come to light as being problems, and maybe what we're doing to address those. Like, I know that our students want more choices, but are there other issues like food being cold or running out of food by the end of the lunch period, the last kids, that type of thing, that I kind of want to know if there's growth in other areas.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have, to be honest with you, we have had that happen early in the year where we had the school run out of food. Run out of the main entree. We served them, so we could heat up something else, serve something else. But they ran out of the main entree. We have worked with them. I could give you an example of a school where we went and worked with them and involved the principal also to make sure that did not happen. So one of the things we did was, here's the entree. If for some reason, and we've had situations where we run out of food because they're not measuring the portion correctly. They should be given 3 chicken tenders, they're given 4. So those things have happened. But what we've done is, in those particular schools, if they have a freezer, put some additional items in the freezer that if they ran into that situation, they could give the student something hot also.
Really quick before you go, because this piggybacks off of Ms. Davis, I know that the students were complaining about presentation as well. Can you share with us how that has improved?
Well, I think that's improved significantly. Even if one of the things I do every week is I ask especially the middle schools and high schools, to send me pictures of their lines, which I have on my phone and I have an email. So I'm looking at the way those lines are laid out. I'm looking at the presentation of the food. I'm also receiving pictures from the elementary schools, taking pictures of the plates to make sure that we're putting the food in a presentable way as we serve it to the students.
Mr. Rodriguez?
Yep. So kind of thinking back to Governor Gretchen Whitmer's speech earlier about pre-K and thinking about the idea that, habits and foundations start young, right? And so I'm thinking, and maybe this is just me thinking out loud because I know this is not necessarily just nutrition services, but I'm thinking it's one thing to have healthy options for our scholars. It's another thing for them to know how to make those healthy choices. And that also ties back to, food, nutrition, education, health education, and kind of, and maybe just kind of getting this in your brain a little bit to how we tie that back into our, our health education with our scholars. Because really, when it comes to school food, even at the elementary level, but more at the secondary level, students start to make choices for themselves. And, while we all love drumsticks, while we all love, cheeseburgers, and I know I'm guilty of eating a little too much of that, we also have to encourage our scholars to make the healthy choices, even where there's choices that are present that might be a tastier option, right? And I know it's difficult to do that on top of even offering so many different food options, but I think that's something we should also focus on is what are our students receiving in terms of education on making, those healthy choices? Because if we get them to making those good choices at, 10, 11, 12, it'll set the foundation for them being, healthier eaters later on in life. That's just something I'm thinking about through this conversation. So.
No, I appreciate the feedback. Appreciate it.
Well, what do you see as the biggest hurdle between your intent, which is all, thank you for sharing that with us, and then the impact in the schools? Because I'm sure you heard some of the negative feedback, and it's hard to hear because I know you're working so hard. So what do you think that hurdle might be?
Well, I'll tell you, the biggest hurdle we have right now is elementary schools, and it's the space. I mean, I went and made some measurements today at some of the schools. Each letter had 330 square feet. That's total space you have.
Yeah.
But 333 square feet is a nice little area. But now when you put an oven in there, freezers, coolers, so you're trying to do prep work as well as serving in a 333 square foot area. So that's one of the biggest hurdles we have as far as, to be honest with you, with selections to the elementary schools.
Sure. And some of our high schools don't have the bars still, right? The salad bars because of the space? So isn't that still an issue as well?
There are a few, but most of them should have that out there. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I know some do not, but so space seems to be a hurdle across the board.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Some of our elementary buildings the lunchroom also serves as the gym or multi-purpose room as well, and so that has it's not a standalone lunchroom. And so even as we've been talking about reimagining the district, and part of our facilities master plan is as we are looking at what those spaces could look like, I think that is an opportunity to explore having standalone kitchens versus the industrial size microwaves that serve, and I'm probably not using the correct terminology, but because it's not a true kitchen that has some impact.
Serve, yeah.
Oh, the re-thermo, you're talking re-thermo ovens.
That probably can be answered now, but because we started, this is our first year doing 10 cents a meal, right?
I couldn't hear you.
Is this our first year doing 10 cents a meal?
Second year.
Or second?
Second year.
I'm just wondering what those extra funds coming in from 10 cents a meal could do to help improve the spaces in our schools, in those lunch areas. I don't know
Well,
how much money.
be
You
honest
just
with
told
you,
us
that
how much, but I mean,
that
over
wouldn't put a
time.
dent in it.
No.
Wouldn't put a dent in it, no.
For the cost of those industrial kitchens, because you think about just what that is, that really has to be a part of our capital campaign as far as our work with our facilities master plan. So I don't know how much a refrigerator or oven would cost, but it's pretty significant when you think about industrial size.
Well, one example of that would be one of the they're called actually Blodgett, industrial heaters, the ones that often people use in bakeries for those lovely chocolate chip cookies, could be well over $15,000 just for that one piece of equipment, and that can be used.
Well, I was discussing the space too, like not just, even if we could purchase the items, they couldn't all fit in the spaces, that's what you're saying too?
No, as Dr. Rowe was saying, you're gonna have to expand.
Right.
Yeah.
The area.
About, you can only retrofit, and I'm getting well out of my lane as I say this. So I'm saying I'm getting well out of my lane to put an industrial oven into a multipurpose room or gym. It has to be vented and all those other things. And so it's larger than just purchasing the equipment. It's all the other things that go to make sure that the space is safe and that we're able to use it the most appropriate way.
Right.
We good?
All right, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
All right. This is our time for presentations and updates. So we have a construction update, which goes to Mr. Alex Smart, our Executive Director of Facilities and Operations. And again, this is part of our continued effort to make sure that we are communicating what is taking place across our district with some of the changes to our physical spaces.
So I'm trying to figure out here, Julie, what button do I push?
You can go in that bottom corner and
down below.
And go up or to the over. One more.
Keep
one more.
going, right there?
One more. There.
Ah, perfect. It pays to project.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Now you gotta update.
What do we do here? Well, while Julie comes to rescue me, good evening, President Williams, Superintendent Dr. Roby, and distinguished board members. Thank you for giving me a few moments here to start the presentation. While we do that, I would like to organize the presentation based on, go through the Innovation Central and Montessori projects together. Then we'll go through the completed projects to give you an update on those. And then we'll move on with the other projects that are still going on.
Yeah, to the rescue.
So we can start with Innovation Central and GR Montessori. Both projects are substantially completed, I'm pleased to say. We, at Innovation Central and GR Montessori, we are working on some controls, temperature control issues, testing and commissioning. And they should be completed at GR Montessori by the end of this month, and Innovation Central by mid-March. That will bring us to the overall completion of those portions of the project. At Innovation Central, we are still working on the auditorium. We're taking this opportunity to continue to improve the auditorium under the new bond. So the auditorium right now, we are working on the interior activities. We are working on the electrical, lighting, rigging, and sound system. That is all right now being developed. And once we move forward with the bond 2024, we'll be able to then continue the construction and development of that portion of the project. If we move on to the completed projects, I'm pleased to say that Congress Elementary, Wellerwood site for the Montessori program, Union Auditorium lighting, various roof projects, they all have been completed, and all of them are under the one-year warranty. Moving on to Kent Hills Elementary, the project is also substantially complete, with one exception, which is the permanent enclosure around the chiller unit, which is sitting outside. We are expecting that enclosure to be completed by the end of this month.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, but Kent Hills. And the cooling system startup and testing will obviously take place in the spring when temperatures begin to get a little warmer. We'll be testing that. Now, moving on to Kensington. I know that there is some questions about the demolition at Kensington. The building has been demolished. The building is down right now. We are working with a contractor to schedule the site restoration that will take place in the spring. What they're going to be working on starting this week is on the demolition of the foundation of the building. We made a commitment to not leave the foundation and just cover it, and we want to remove the foundation to make sure that the site is ready for whatever future use of the site will be. Once the weather turns, we'll be able then to complete the site restoration and do the seating and build the basketball court for the neighborhood. Leon, my hero. Go next slide. Yep. We are ready to go on to the Alba pool. I believe that we had our first meet there this weekend. So we are very, very happy that we can use this pool right now. You can see there those pictures, how beautiful and clean that water looks right now. So phase 1 has been completed and it's under warranty. We are working right now on the design work for phase 2, which will be the largest and most difficult portion of the project. We're anticipating that at this point, probably the cost will be around $1 million. On phase 2, we will be replacing mechanical, electrical, and some other plumbing upgrades. And we'll be looking into deepening the pool by a minimum of 19 inches, as is required by code.
And currently, it's still safe for them to have a meet there, even though it's not according to code standards, as you just put it?
Correct. The state did give us, they did not give us any restrictions when they gave us the permit to start using it. Under the understanding that next time that we touch it, we have to do it.
Mr. Smart,
Yes.
just quickly on the $1 million, are we anticipating that coming through bond funds for the next phase, or will we have to use capital improvement?
Bond funds.
Bond funds, thank you.
Yes. That will probably be under the athletic
great.
portion of the fund. So Coit Elementary and Sibley Elementary, those are the first 2 projects that we're trying to kick off for this summer. Both projects will take place on 2 summers. We're breaking up the work on summer of 2024 and summer 2025. The scope of work for Coit includes HVAC, plumbing, and lighting upgrades, and some building envelopes and parking lot resurfacing, and some minor interior space renovation. I do have the playground, but that's under a different slide. So we'll get to that one too. We did issue a request for proposals for construction managers, and we should be receiving them next week. And we hope to take it to the board for approval on March 4.
Is this also to the, I don't know why I just call you Dr. Shockey. But Trustee Shockey, when it came to, is this a capital or is this going to be coming out of
This will be bond.
Yeah.
Can we maybe in the future differentiate?
I will do that.
And-
I will do
Thank
that. Yes. Thank you. And the preliminary budget for COIT is $6.1 million. And it will be bond funds. Let's go to the next one. I might as well address Sibley. Sibley Elementary is, again, under the same schedule. It will be bond funds, and again, the RFP is out, and we should be bringing for board approval on March 4th. And the preliminary budget right now is at $2.6 million for Sibley. The same type of work: HVAC, plumbing, lighting upgrades, and some interior finishes and building envelopes. So if we go to the last project, which will be the playground. Playgrounds always make me smile. They're just great. Here we go. We are expecting the RFP response this Friday. We are meeting with our selection committee, which is some school staff, special education staff, and facilities people. And yes, we are inviting some parent representatives to be part of the discussion. So we are planning on bringing to finance on the 27th a recommendation as to which playground design we will go with. And the budget for this project is $450,000. The scope of work will include near surfacing material, which will be barrier-free. We're going to be looking at some new products that are wheelchair accessible, and of course, a replacement of the equipment. Any questions?
Okay.
And I will continue to provide updates.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smart and Mr. Hendricks. Our final presentation is, under the superintendent report, is an update related to our Ombuds service. And this is something that came out of the feedback on how do, with a system as complicated as we have at times, how do we make sure that we have different avenues for people to bring voice forward, help with barriers that may be in place. Also, it does include, in that work, when we start seeing trends and data, do we need to bring that work forward as far as policy as well? And so Ms. Malika Brown is our ombuds person, and she is going to provide an overview of the impact of ombuds. It's a new program to our district as of this current school year, but then also just kind of an overview of what it is, and then also some general themes that she has seen over the last couple of months. And this speaks directly to ensuring equitable access and outcomes, as well as cultivating a more engaged, impactful workforce, and then finally creating a culture of trust, collaboration, and stewardship. And again, because the ombuds, so that people understand, and Ms. Brown will speak to this a little bit more in detail, it is not just for staff, it is for students, it is for community members, it is for staff as well. And sometimes it's kind of that link between where to go when you're not quite sure, as well as kind of helping to resolve conflict or what those processes are. So, Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Roby, President Williams, members of the board. I am honored to be here this evening to present my newest role of ombudsperson for our school district. I am excited even more to introduce you to the Office of the Ombuds and for the opportunity to present how it can enhance our district's culture. Our Ombuds Office's creation stems, as Dr. Roby said, from some feedback, and it was established to promote a positive and inclusive culture here in Grand Rapids. That feedback came from our community regarding difficulties that individuals were encountering when trying to address concerns and conflicts within the school district. And so this initiative and this office was established to offer an informal and alternative channel for discussing and resolving issues that are raised by our constituents. And Dr. Roby mentioned that's all constituents. So the Ombuds Office is both internal facing and external facing. So I serve as scholars, which will be launching soon, later this month, staff, so be they teaching staff, administrative staff, and also those staff who serve in support roles, parents and caregivers, and also community partners. The stability of this office rests on 3 key elements, and they're on the screen here in front of you. Providing a safe and confidential space for individuals to express concerns, assisting in resolving conflicts informally and efficiently or expeditiously, and identifying some systemic issues and making recommendations for improvement. And Dr. Roby touched on where we land in the strategic plan. And so it is very crucial that this office is able to function as it is intended, so that we can meet the holistic needs of our scholars, ensuring the equitable outcomes, and then cultivating an engaged workforce, and then finally creating a culture of trust and collaboration within our district. So the number one question that I get when someone meets me is, what exactly is that? Or, how do you say that word? Or what is it that you do? So I want to spend a few minutes talking about what an ombudsperson does, or an ombuds for short. An ombudsperson is an independent, neutral, informal, and confidential resource who assists scholars, parents and caregiver staff, and other members of the GRPS community to surface issues, resolve complaints and conflicts, and other related issues as they relate to our district. So on the one half of my 2-part job, I see it in 2 pieces, is listening and clarifying the visitors' concerns, and so I don't call people clients or any of those, they're my visitors, or complaints to seek resolution, identifying underlying issues that may crop up, providing some clarity on district policies and processes. I can be a relayer of information as far as what policies there are, and you hear about a couple of those next time. Exploring options and empowering my visitors to advocate for themselves, for their students, for their community partnership, and then facilitating conversations to resolve issues as they are appropriate. And that means that because I'm informal, I can informally mediate between 2 parties, not a formal mediation. The other half, an equally as important job, part of this job, is collecting data to identify trends and patterns. And so I describe it as being sort of an early warning system for the district. The data that I collect, I use to provide feedback to leadership. And so quarterly, I will be presenting some trends that I see to both Dr. Roby and the board, and then yearly offering a year-end report of those trends that I'm seeing. Some things come up and they're emergent, and I raise them immediately because there's some things that we need to take to be able to take care of sooner than that. And then offering recommendations for systemic and organizational change as they relate to policy and practice. The office is built on 4 fundamental guiding principles, and these are the same principles that all ombuds people, no matter whether they're organizational as I am or any of the other different categories that ombuds people fall into. These are 4 principles that come from the standard International Ombuds Association standard, and also from the Code of Ethics. They are confidentiality, informality, impartiality, and independence. And I just want to dip into each of these because it is important for this role that these 4 things are honored. The first is confidentiality. It is the cornerstone, so all communications with the Ombuds Office are kept confidential unless I am permitted by my visitor to share that information in order to solve some situation or case that's going on. There are 3 other times when I am bound by law not to keep things confidential. It is in cases of some Title IX violations where there is a risk of imminent harm to self or others. And of course, as an employee of the school district, I am also a mandated reporter, so any instance of child abuse. The informal nature of the ombuds process does not replace any formal procedure that it only complements. So anything formal that happens in the district is the formal thing that happens in the district. A good indication of that is when someone places a formal complaint, the office of the ombuds person is not the office that receives that complaint. So I am not a receiver of any type of formal, you can't put the district on notice by coming to see Malika. So the options and strategies that I discuss with my visitors are discussed to resolve the concern, hopefully informally first before things escalate. It is also important to know, as an informal person or resource for my visitors, the visitor has a final say on the most appropriate course of action for them to take. Impartiality, also to understand that as an ombuds person, I am neutral. I don't take sides. I don't represent the district, nor do I represent my visitor. I represent a fair and unbiased resolution process. So the guidance that I am able to provide to those who visit me is objective and impartial and according to the regulations, the policies, and the practices that are set forth by the district and by state law. So it's important to know, and I'll say it again, I am an advocate for a fair process, but not a direct advocate for any person, group, or department. And last, this job is an independent. I only report to the superintendent for administrative purposes. I am not a part of any other department within the district, which is important. If asked to be a part of something, I ask myself, if something comes up, am I able to maintain my impartiality? If I say no, then I have to say no, I can't be a part of that. And so that also, the independence means that I use district policy to establish practice to determine whether or not how I guide a visitor during or as they go through a specific concern. It also means that being an independent person, I take this, it's big, right? And it's also something that sometimes I have to go to others to be able to get information, because sometimes practices are not listed in a policy book or they're not in a law. And so I do take it upon myself to talk to anyone else in the district to ask them about practice or common practice or past practice, just to gain information, not to put anybody on notice, because that's not my job. It's for me to gain information so that I can assist the person or persons or department or group that's come to me. I'll do this one last slide and then I'll pause a little bit if you have any questions before I continue. But we talked about the different sets of people and groups that the Ombuds Office is able to assist. We'll call them our constituents, and they are in 4 big groups: scholars, parents and caregivers, employees, and communities, under which you'll see a number of things listed that the Ombuds person or I can help them to navigate through. These are not exhaustive lists, but gives you an example of some things that I can help with, or I can help a person to navigate. And just because something is under the community bucket does not mean that it doesn't cross over into each of the other 4. These are just to give you an idea. I won't read them because I know you have the packet and in the instance of time. But I'll pause there if you have any questions about what the Ombuds does, who they serve, and how they serve them.
Seeing none, you may
All right,
continue.
I'll continue. So let's talk a little about the process that I use as I serve my visitors. Comes in 3 parts. The first part is an engagement, if you will. So where I explain the Ombuds role and I listen to understand what they're saying. And typically this kind of sounds like or feels like maybe what would be a counseling session because it's a conversation. So it begins with a warm welcome and an introduction of me, of what the office does. There is an assurance of confidentiality, and then active listening takes place. As a part of my standard operating procedures, I use the same introduction every time I talk with a visitor and make sure that things are consistent and that my visitors aren't missing anything. They understand what I can and cannot do. The second part is to clarify. So during that clarification, I go through a process of identifying court issues that I've heard, and then how possibly the goals that they want out of this. So I'll ask questions. What does resolution look like for you here? Who have you spoken to about this already? What has been done? So we explore the issue, and then and sometimes there's some neutral, impartial facilitation on my part. And then the last part, we begin to discuss options and address ways to address those conflicts and concerns. Sometimes there's a pause between clarify and explore because there's some things that I need to go and research. Some questions I have to ask, then we reconvene. We go through a process of generating options, one of which is always you can do nothing, but we talk about the pros and cons of that. Informal resolution, and sometimes it might mean that I have to refer that person to a formal channel, at which time I step back. This is the formal channel you need, but I can help you to find the person, navigate the process. Here's how you might fill out this paperwork if that's what they need. So, since October 2023, so I accepted this position and started on September 4th. Since October, when we launched this position on International Ombuds Day, there was a video that came out with me introducing the office, and then an article in MLive. There's also some training that I've taken part in and ongoing. So some of it has been asynchronous, some of it has been synchronous. I've been able to do one in person where I have been able to grow my network of fellow ombuds people. There are about 44 K-12 ombuds persons in the United States. I am the second one in Michigan. The other one's on the east side of the state. And so I've also been assigned a mentor by the International Ombuds Association, and we meet weekly. And then there's another person on the East Coast that I work with weekly as we navigate through things, and I am learning this. But the part that I want to kind of get to with you all is, as of the time when I produced this, I have had about approximately 25 visitor contacts. That number as of Friday had increased by 4, but that's not included in this data. I will separate them into full contacts and quick inquiries. Full contacts is where I go through the entire process with somebody, come to resolution, and that's been about 84% of that 25, and 16% of those is what I call quick inquiries, where someone will call and need to go, who do I talk to? Who do I go to? How do I get this information into this school for this particular purpose? And that's an example of a quick inquiry where I can quickly guide them to something. And then I break them down. Eventually there'll be 4 categories here: family and caregiver, community, staff members, and scholars. We did a very soft, slow rollout to begin because we were building the office. And so we are going full media blitz here in a couple weeks. But 52% of the people who I've talked to have been family and caregivers. 16% of those have been community members on behalf of maybe someone in the community or a community partnership, and 32% of them have been from staff members. And so I'll give you a very general example of some of the things that I may have dealt with, understanding that I will never come to you and give you specifics of any type of thing because it breaches confidentiality for me and for my visitor. But for example, there is a trend that I'm seeing in communication gaps, is what I'll call it. And so people will come to me, maybe they're frustrated because they can't get information, they can't find who to talk to, or they're talking to somebody and hitting the wall. And so that has been something that I've begun to work through with people. And on the other part of that, just a misunderstanding or not knowing what policy is for the district. And so thinking that things should be one way, but I'm able to share with them the policy and explain how things are supposed to work. So moving forward, as we grow our reach, the service, and the impact that this office has, we will be launching the website in the coming week or 2. Hopefully, I think everything is all together now. We'll have marketing materials, and so this is kind of a first pass at a bookmark that we will have to give out, and it really gives the core values and what the ombuds can and can't do and how to reach us. And then creating a feedback mechanism so that I can get feedback on what's working, what's not working, how we need to change. and then setting up informational meetings and presentations. I was fortunate to be able to present this to PALS last week. I will be with the Superintendent Scholar Advisory Council next month. And I met just this morning, I was able to present to our athletic directors. And so now I'm working through my list for employee engagement, so getting in front of groups, both unionized and non-unionized, to present this office to them and how I might be able to serve them, and then to our community partnerships. All of these things to get to our mission and service of providing scholars, families, employees, and members of our school community with assistance to help resolve concerns, conflicts, and issues arising in GRPS. And stating again that this is informal, and I try to get things resolved as close to the conflict as I can before we begin to escalate things to other levels. Questions for me?
Question for you. You spoke about, I think it was 84% is full kind of engagement with your visitors, and I'm wondering how much time on average are you spending on that? And I'm just wondering, as we continue to roll out, that we make sure we provide the important supports to keep this to be a relevant office.
My typical first conversation for the first time with a visitor lasts anywhere from 60 minutes to 90 minutes. Usually by phone, so I get a phone call. If you email ombuds@grps.org, I have a tagline that says, email is not the most secure way to communicate with me, please call. And so my first phone calls have usually been via the phone. Sometimes I meet with people who just leave a message, call me back, and we'll talk via Zoom. I understand that coming here is not the most desirable place for people to meet, so I give my visitors an option. I meet them off campus wherever they want. Sometimes I've had people say we can meet via Zoom, but I don't even want you in your office, so I meet with them from home. I extend my hours on 2 evenings a week to be able to be available on my calendar for visitors until 7:30 at night.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions?
How big is the team?
I'm a team of 1 right now.
Okay. I am happy that we have this office. Truthfully, I've used Ombudsman myself at my university that I used to attend, so I understand the makeup of this office and how it works. And the advocacy piece that you play in that role of neutrality when it comes to both parties as well. I do hope people take advantage of the opportunity to have someone who can be impartial and also speak on behalf on issues and able to eloquently and adequately address those systematic issues that will come up, and that you do not receive resistance for speaking someone else's truth. And I think that's a really big thing about the burnout for people in that position, is how they are postured to almost be what can come off as a punching bag on behalf of community and then the entity that they could be a part of to represent. And I hope that does not happen, but I am super excited about the potential of what this can do, not just for the community at large, but also staff as we continue to reshape this district. There's pinpoints, and that's going to happen. There's a level of discomfort that will come, and also there will be a level of fear to people to speak to you on both sides as a result of that. And so I do publicly just ask people to lean into that. From personal experience, it's a much needed position that I hope people take advantage of.
Thank you.
So I just had some not even a question, just kind of some thoughts about the the Office of the Ombuds. And Ms. Brown, you and I have worked together in the past. And this is just me thinking out loud, and I don't mean any disrespect to this position. Just part of me is just thinking, you know, how I'm not ever sure that something that is within a system can be fully independent of that system. And again, not to discredit you in any way. I would think that of any person in this position. And I think that, you know, while I commend you and the work that you're embarking on, I know that the ombuds person is an important role. I dealt with it at Grand Valley State University. I think our student senate was, you know, responsible for pushing kind of the formation of that at the university level. And while I know that this is kind of one of those processes that begin to build trust and collaboration within our communities, I also think that it doesn't quite hit the mark for me, because I also believe that it's the responsibility of the district itself to do that. But I really hope that there is a way that we can kind of come together as the independent ombuds office and the district of GRPS and kind of build that idea of trust and collaboration and community, because I know that we need it. And I'm hoping that this is just one of, you know, many steps forward in that work.
Yeah.
So
I'd like to address that.
Yeah.
If I can. So granted, I am a part of this district and have been for a very long time. And
Right.
so I hear what you're saying. And the independent part I take very seriously. However, in this role as an organizational ombuds, a major part of my role is to be able to help constituents of the district, for them to be able to navigate and
Right.
advocate.
Okay.
And so in being a part of the district, I get it. And understanding that as a visitor comes to me, I am both helping them to understand how things are supposed to be in the district, understanding how things are in the district from their standpoint, but then equipping them with what they need to be able to move forward through their issues. So I'm not fixing things to people or even enforcing my will on people.
Right.
It is a matter of, this is what it is. And sometimes it's a hard conversation between me and the visitor, because sometimes there may be some things with them that we need to have a conversation about. And sometimes there's some things that the district that they need to know, where I'm saying, are you aware of this policy?
Right.
And this is the person you need to talk to. And so my hope is that eventually we will have a community, a GRPS community, who are able to go and find themselves in places where they can speak to, who they can talk to, and to be able to move through this district in ways that sometimes, frankly, some of our constituents have trouble bumping up against. And so, while I hear what you're saying, my hope is that as a navigator for people and helping them to move throughout this system, we are creating a community who are able to eventually be able to bypass me and say,
Right.
I know I need to go
And
exactly
advocate
to this
for- yeah,
person
yeah.
and do that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for that clarification.
All righty. Anything else for Ms. Brown? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes my superintendent's reports.
All righty. So as we begin to prepare for our action items, I want to admonish the public that if you would like to make public comment, this will be your last opportunity to turn in these public comment cards for us to be able to hear from you tonight. And we will be with you right after we get through this additional business. So the first thing we have up is our action items for the Kent Intermediate School District Schools of Choice Resolution. Colleagues, are there any questions with regards to the resolution? If there are no questions regarding the resolution, is there a motion on the floor in support?
So moved. I'm sorry, do you still have a question? Are we voting on this year that we're currently in? So it's 23, 24?
Correct.
Okay. So I guess I'm just wondering about the timing of it being now rather than before the school year, because it's the 23, 24 school year that we're.
Mr. Atkins, he says 24, 25? 24, 25.
Okay, so it's just, there's a typo in it. Okay, I just want to clarify.
It does also
Needs to
have
be
Reverend
corrected.
Matias on the,
Yeah, there was some confusion around that. Okay.
Okay. So with the understanding,
No, because it's a legal document.
Anya, do we have the ability to amend this resolution? Correct, for the typo.
Ms. Lusk, will you come forward?
So again, as we see here where it says the motion is that it's going to be changed with this vote, if that makes sense. And so the change will be from 23, 24 for this resolution. Is there any questions around that matter?
No. Yes, it should be the different date then, right? Not 23, 24.
Should be 24, 25.
Correct, 24, 25.
And the names will have to be
And the
changed.
names.
After the vote.
You should first vote to amend the resolution.
Correct.
And
Right.
then vote on the amended resolution.
So, again, given this resolution on its face, the change will be, of course, the date from 24, 25. And then if indeed this passes, the change will be who supported, who put the motion forward and who supported.
Correct.
Okay.
I move to change the resolution that we're voting on to the 24-25 school year.
Is there support?
support.
All in favor of the amendment for this resolution?
Do you need a roll call? No, thank you. Aye.
Any opposed, same sign? Okay, then that amendment will stand. And then I'll go back to the original ask. Is there a motion on the floor to approve the Kent Intermediate School District School of Choice resolution?
I would like a little more understanding. Maybe that's on me for not reading it prior to, but if the way I'm interpreting this is that we would not accept school of choice applications for folks outside of Grand Rapids. Am I reading that correct?
Opting into.
We're opting in.
So we would be accepting students from other districts.
Website option permitted by blah, 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 is amended by, will not accept section 105 applications of non-resident students from outside our district. So it could just be me not understanding, but it says will
Am I
not accept.
correct? Are we opting out of the state school of choice program to opt into to the Kent ISD collaborative school of choice program?
This is why we need more time.
Help us a little bit with the resolution.
Okay. So I see it more clearly now. It looks like we have two options. There's an opt-out or an opt-in. We are opting in.
Essentially, yes.
We need to just pull this and then bring
Is
this
this
up.
time sensitive? Then let's motion that we table this until we have
Correct.
clarity and the correct document in front of us.
Correct.
All righty. Well, we will take off that. In the next thing we have is policy 2900 for recordings, presentations. If this is
Wait.
the first reading.
Just for a matter of order, so we had a motion to table and we
vote
had
on that?
support. So roll call or, okay, so just you want to call that?
Correct. So all in favor of tabling this until a future meeting, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, same sign? Okay. Moving on to policy, again, 2900, recordings and presentations. This is the first reading. Is there any questions with regards to this? This has come from our policy committee.
Yeah, I would like a little background on, I get in substance, what we're looking to accomplish, but at this point, I guess I just want to understand more, even though I can read this. maybe some background on how we got here.
Sure. So this policy was brought for two primary purposes. One is to make just crystal clear that eavesdropping of any kind is not permissible. It's also a violation of law. The second one is that there is a lot of, I found working with other districts, and I found here too, that there's a lot of mistrust that can arise when secretive or surreptitious recordings are occurring. In addition, a single recording of a conversation, and this policy does allow you to record if you have the consent of everybody present for the conversation, but what I found is that a single recording does not properly indicate all the conversations that occurred before that recording occurred or after, is taken out of context. Oh, my apologies. No, thank you. And as a result, it tends to foster mistrust within corporate bodies like GRPS.
I know that at the bottom it says it does not abridge the privileges or rights provided to citizens under state or federal laws or the Constitution, but I do know too that Michigan is a one-party
Recording,
consent.
It is a
State.
sorry.
No.
It is a one-party consent state insofar as only one person to a conversation may record it. There is no inherent right to actually record it, and not having recordings is a very common practice for governmental entities as well as private companies as well.
I think especially when in the conversation, there are a lot of students, of course, involved in many of these conversations. So whether the adults are talking about students or whether students are there's a lot of just fragility within that system of recording. So we really are doing this to protect both a misuse of information as well as just an abuse of someone who might not be able to properly represent him or herself.
That's exactly right, and not just that, but what happens is we have some parents who end up recording conversations or put recording devices on their students, and they end up getting information that's protected under law that they shouldn't have access to. So we're trying to stop that from happening as well.
That's the context.
Any additional questions, Mr. Ross or colleagues?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. I'm struggling with how this would prevent or interfere with a parent or someone that isn't employed by the district from doing this if they chose to.
Technically, our policies apply primarily to staff, students, and those on district premises. I would say it would have an intended deterrent effect.
Yeah, and I guess that is where my, larger sort of thinking lies. Considering the folks that this would apply to, I don't know, I'll leave it at that for now, I guess.
I would say this was intensely discussed at the policy committee level, where we really worked on the language and adjusted a lot of the language that was in here prior to make sure that it was a very fair aspect of that. One of the examples that came up, which she emphasized, was the aspect of the shared information that a student might be having about another student and or conditions pertaining to that student that will be private to that student's well-being and or health, and how that information can potentially get out or has gotten out that caused some potential harm. And that's how this was presented in a way that we were able to provide some context around understanding the importance of why this was needed.
And we have had a few recent situations where just that's occurred, and unfortunately we weren't able to point to anything in particular to try to discourage continued behavior, and so that's in large part why this policy was brought forward.
Thank you.
And I just am trying to understand where, if this was violated, it wouldn't be subject to state or federal law already, and why we would need to have it as a policy. And I understand wanting to deter, folks from doing this in the first place, right, as a policy. And it does say, district personnel. Well, it only says district personnel who secretly record conversations may be disciplined for violating this policy. It doesn't say anything about students or parents, which again, I know that we can't really hold them in the same regards to this policy, which then makes me wonder why have it in the first place if district personnel already kind of understand that that's not allowed by law?
It's not that it's not allowed by law. This is what you are allowed under the law to record conversations that you are a part of. It's not an inherent right, though. It's something that an entity like GRPS can prohibit from occurring. So that's why it's written down, because district personnel is not aware of that at the moment.
Okay. Thank you.
I guess I'm just continuing to struggle here. In addition, the district will decline to use secret recordings as evidence, et cetera, frankly, if my character is such where I am secretly recording it, my character will also be such where I will claim that I had permission. So I don't know, I mean, that's maybe getting into too much of the weeds here, but I mean, I don't oppose it. I just kind of had questions. So I don't know, to some extent, yeah, but again, if this is a recommendation of the policy committee, I do support it. I just had those questions and not really seeing the opportunity or ability to support it, frankly. I mean, it sounds good, but I don't know.
I think this is healthy. And you being able to express why you think it doesn't sit well is what we're supposed to be doing. It doesn't have to, just because the policy committee thought it was correct does not mean that it's a guarantee go through. It does not mean that. That's not how we should be operating. So it's important for you to express that. So,
But the district has struggled to point to a policy based on this occurring. Okay, so we really need to be able to say something about this, sounds like.
So I do want to say one thing in going this route, I do think, so I've had conversations with parents where I say, hey, your student got into a fight, got into some altercation, right? They'll say, who else was involved? I can't say. They can ask their student and they can share that. Is that not something that maybe then we should also add to say that, like, if a parent would like to communicate something about another student involved in an incident, it should be not just a recording, but maybe a verbal communicate. Do you understand what I mean? I feel like we're just covering one base out of many, and that's why I also don't know if it's necessary, because there's so many different ways that we could communicate something, not just recording it and sharing it out.
Well, it's
in that regards, this is specifically referring to recordings. So if I was to report based off of what you just stated, that's a different method. That's different. This is actually talking about the actual recording or using recording devices.
But it's not shared to someone else. Because if it's just recorded and you just have it for yourself, then it also doesn't really inherently pose a violation of privacy or a threat. Does that make sense?
I get what you're saying.
And I think even to that, we don't want our staff or for this place to be that place, if that makes sense. We don't want them to feel comfortable to record in this place.
Right.
Whether it is for personal reason, it's to record a student, it's to record a parent. Right. We want this to, when we say we are trying to create a safe environment, that has to be as well in that vein where we can't have these conversations where, because, frankly, it has happened. And we want to make sure that, again, this is a part of the safe place that we are providing, and to have no policy that speaks to it does open us up for that to be a continued issue. And because it's something, it doesn't seem like it's a lot now, doesn't mean that won't continue.
Well, I guess my only other comment is I think really that horse is way out the barn in 2024. I mean, recording devices are everywhere, and I think about the converse where we will want a recording. There's an incident, someone sort of secretly recorded the incident where maybe a staff member was inappropriate in their language or action. So now, is that not something that could be a part of our investigation? So I don't know. It just seems not as not as thought out as I would like it to be, personally.
Is there any additional discussion?
I think just the part about, again, the intent is to make sure that we have a safe space for everyone, which means for me, I'd like to give permission, if I can, to being recorded, which I would always do, but that feels like the appropriate thing when we're talking about students. So we're not necessarily talking about just any old job. This is a really important job, and when students are either being talked about or involved at all times, I think there just takes a little bit extra care to make sure that everyone feels safe in this situation, and so that's what it's about. Not that anyone can't ask to be recorded, they can.
I guess in listening to the questions being asked, a question that pops up, even though I was part of the original conversation, is at the beginning of the year, correct me if I'm wrong, parents fill out a form giving permission for use of pictures.
Promotional.
The
Yeah.
FERPA waiver form, yes.
How does this fit in with that?
It doesn't. This is entirely separate from that. What the FERPA waiver form does is allow the district as a whole, as in like an official of the district, to provide certain student information when requested by a third party, such as photographs, names, addresses. Those are all things that are considered exemptions from the really important information we have to protect on students. But that's from the district's essentially administration. This would apply to individual employees.
Okay. I'm just thinking as a teacher, like in my district, we utilize that form. I know if I can submit a picture or a video of my kids doing something in my classroom based on that paper.
Right.
So that's where I'm trying to figure out.
This is different than that because
Okay.
the FERPA, like I was saying, the FERPA exemption applies when we have a third party requesting information on students. This is an internal thing. FERPA wouldn't necessarily, the FERPA waiver form wouldn't apply here.
Okay.
I'm willing to support this. I think the policy committee did a good job with this. I think I would like to amend it to say district personnel and students, just to kind of, put them both under the umbrella of this is the expectation of everybody within the school premises during a, school sanctioned activity. I don't know if anyone, in that second paragraph.
That's something that, if the board would like, I can certainly amend it to include that language.
I do have a quick question. Does this take into account, I'm trying to think about how to word this properly. Trustees Ross was just talking in regards to, let's say there was inappropriate behaviors. Would this take into account if someone was to record something that was, let's say, projected on them in a very inappropriate way, but they needed to record that? How would this fall? How would that fall into this?
The way it's written now, it would not allow for that. There are caveats we could certainly include. As the policy committee may recall, I brought it forward a couple of times, and this is why these additional discussions are extremely helpful. Are needed because it's just me drafting policies, and I don't always think of everything, so this is great. There are certain caveats we could include, maybe a rule attached to it that gets into a little bit more detail about when the district may consider recordings that were not consented to, such as the situation that you're talking about now. That can definitely be done.
And the lack of, I guess, on top of that, including there's, and I know this is first reading, so it's easy for us to go back before this is something that's voted in, but to also include about anti-retaliation.
So we have a full anti-retaliation policy already that absolutely prohibits retaliation. And it's actually one of our strongest worded policies, and I'm a fan of it myself, and it says you will be disciplined.
And that's what makes me think that if this wasn't violated, then that could be considered a form of a retaliation as a result of someone using something that could have protected them in the same manner. So that's what I think the language choice, do you get what I'm saying? So if I was to report, based off of this, if I was to record something that someone was doing something for it that was inappropriate, as a result of this, me reporting is what I'm supposed to do, but as a result of this policy as it stands would be could get intentionally disciplined and or fired as a result of recording something that actually was for my protection.
Which is why some caveats may be appropriate to avoid that.
So it won't violate or put us in another situation about the anti-retaliation policy. That's what I'm getting at.
Any other comments? So, point of clarification, given the feedback, and then given also that this is the first reading, how do we proceed?
What you can do
legally?
is if someone wants to move to have me amend the policy and/or create a rule consistent with the discussion that we had here, you can do that.
To amend.
Support.
Please call the roll.
No, that doesn't recall roll call.
That's
right?
a move to amend, is what he made.
Policy 2900.
Mr. Eman made a motion to amend policy 2900 in regards to rules, caveats, and amending some of the language per the conversation we just had. I seconded that motion.
We do not need a roll call, right?
Correct.
No. No roll call on that. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Okay, we will go forward with those amendments on 2900. The next policy is policy 8465 for confidentiality and privacy. This is a presentation of the first reading as well.
By way of background, this is a policy we partner with a local community partner, Cherry Health, and they require us to have certain policies and procedures consistent with their practices in order for them to continue to provide services with us. This is one of those policies. It simply talks about student rights as far as treatment and what they're entitled to and what we need to get parent permission on and what we don't, so on and so forth.
Okay, all in favor, roll.
This is just a first reading? There's
First
no
reading,
vote.
okay, wonderful. All in favor, or is there a motion on the floor, excuse me, to support policy 8465, confidentiality and privacy?
So moved.
All in favor?
Point of clarification, what are we voting on exactly?
The first reading.
First reading for policy.
There's nothing to vote on. It's simply a presentation and
so
an FYI.
It's just in the wrong place
Okay.
on the agenda. Okay. All right.
Alrighty.
To do all in favor or no?
So all in favor and support?
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign?
It's the
Wonderful. Next, we need a motion to approve our consent agenda grouping.
Motion to approve the consent agenda?
Support.
Please call the roll.
Ms. Melton?
Yes.
Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
Mr. Ross?
Yes.
Ms. Shotke, yes. Ms. Wade?
Yes.
Ms. Davis?
Yes.
Mr. Eatman?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis is excused. President Williams?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Next, we have our board president announcements, and I will just remind our colleagues of our board retreat as we continue to do work this week on the 9th. If you have any additional concerns or issues, if you could please reach out and let our board secretary know ahead of schedule if something needs to change. But otherwise, look forward to seeing everybody on Friday. And then that will usher us into our last opportunity for public comment, and this is for non-agenda items only. And so, Ms. Shockey, if you could read the instructions, and we'll get started.
I will. Since we've called for the final comment cards, I'll start in the middle here. We ask that speakers refrain from making abusive statements against board members, employees, volunteers, or contractors. Speakers are encouraged to present complaints about a specific board member, employee, volunteer, or contractor through the appropriate process established under Board Policy 9450 before requesting the board's consideration. The board policies can be found online at grps.org. Individuals will be invited one at a time to the podium to address the board. Before beginning your comment, please state your full name. At that time, we will start the timer, allowing each individual 2 minutes to make their comment. A 1-minute notice will be provided by flagging a red card. You will need to complete your comment time upon being notified that 2 minutes have passed. Board members do not respond to public comment. Concerns will be brought to the attention of appropriate staff. We value your input, and thank you for sharing with us.
Our first person to the podium is D. Jones, and next we'll have Matt Marlowe.
Dang, I ain't even gonna be able to see the news at 10. It's crazy. But I don't even care about that. I was just on 2 news stations today around the district for bringing a $100,000 esports final. It was actually final, so I could send you guys some articles about me bringing a $100,000 esports finals to the DeVos place. I'm very excited about this because the youth from our school district can be able to dream if they want to be able to dream and be able to be a professional gamer. The actually youngest professional gamer in this league is 13 years old, and they compete for 6 figures, and next year they'll be competing for 7 figures. And people don't know, but I'll actually have a team announced at the DeVos place. And so I look to be able to look at the kids. Eventually, when you guys develop programs at Ottawa Hills and Union High School and all of these underserved schools that need esports programs and opportunities. I mean, I haven't sold you guys a dream. I haven't lied to you guys once since I came to the school board. I came to you guys when I did my first esports competition, when I did $1,000 cash prize at the 4-Star Theater, then $2,000 at the National Guard base, then another one here on the 17th, and then $100,000 finals. I did that with all pure passion, heart, hustle, and I never complained. And I didn't ask for government support on that, and now I got the government support on that every single level of government. And I really need you guys' help just to be able to get the students out there, for you guys to actually see the impact. It's going to be a large economic impact, and this is the largest cash prize in state history. I'm a black person doing this, Black history. I'm a black historian. I am a true black historian here in this community. Nobody can take that away from me. I'm really excited to bring this here because this is the second worst city for economics for African Americans, and I'm going to make a true economic change. And I'll be happy to, when you guys see these articles and all of the other cool additional things that I'm doing, I waited patiently to be able to let you guys know change is coming. And it's really going to happen, and a large economic impact is going to happen. And I've spoke to the people who's at GVSU who do economic impacts. And so I'm really excited to be able to bring this here. It's the largest cash prize in history. And I'm a black person doing this. Power to the people. Thank you.
Matt Marlowe, please, and then next we'll have Jane Neiman.
Good evening. My name is Matt Marlowe, President of GREA. Good evening, President Williams and distinguished board members. We'd like to pass on our thanks to the state of Michigan legislators that represent GRPS in Lansing. So Representative Grant, Representative Fitzgerald, Senator Winnie Brinks, along with Governor Whitmer, for the 27L categorical funds that you've offered us as a salary increase. We want to assure you that we've received your proposal, and we're working on a well thought out and considerate response. We do not want to rush the process and make a hasty decision. GRPS has offered $375 lump sum payment to each employee and an extra $375 on the salary schedule for next school year. And based on the cost noted in your proposal, this amounts to approximately 92% of the 27L categorical funds based on the 23-24 state aid membership or January state aid status report. However, currently we're not ready to ask our members to accept this offer if GRPS does not put any skin in the game. This offer does not reflect the fact that GRPS fund balance increased to $30.8 million as of June 30th, 2023, an increase of $10 million. This is $14.5 million more than the final budgeted amount. This amounts to $1,058 per scholar. And these numbers do not include $6.7 million net transferred out of the general fund for other purposes. We remain concerned that this increase will not resolve the profoundly challenging staffing shortages by attracting and retaining educators and the lifelong impact that not having qualified social workers, not having teachers, psychologists, nurses, and all qualified staff that has on students. As always, we remain ready to work with you toward true solutions to the staffing crisis for our schools. And as it was said earlier, you're holding the lives of our children in your hands. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Jesse Edmond Hill.
Hello again, Jane Neiman, Vice President GREA, teacher at Union High School. I heard some things that were concerning tonight. Briefly, videotaping policy, we want to make sure that that is equitable across the board. I understand not liking being videotaped. Kids are doing that all the time in the hallways. to other students as well as to staff and anybody who walks around the building. And it would be, I would think, a violation of rights to just allow it from some people or in certain circumstances and not others, especially if it's violating laws. As for the salary offer, I just have to ask. We saw tonight the facilities improvements are coming from bond funds. Capital projects, why dump money in there that you could be using to offer to improve compensation? Ombudsman job, recruitment retention specialists, elevate K-12, virtual social work. I guess my question is are we really thinking and prioritizing where we put our money in this district? I think this board needs to reconsider that in all fairness and to everyone here, that where do we really want our money to go and are these really necessary? Okay, thank you.
After Ms. Eman Hill, we'll have Lindsay Littermer.
Hi, my name is Jessie, and I am a GRPS parent. And this isn't my first time here. You may remember me from speaking about other concerns, and maybe you think I have too many concerns. But I do want you to know that I still consider myself a proud GRPS parent and family. And why do I think that, though? It is because of the teachers. These teachers behind me that my daughter has had, I consider all these teachers the sprinklers to your fire. Some of the things that I notice is they're extremely creative lesson plans my daughter talks about. They answer my dojo messages always right away, even when I'm sending them late at night when I myself am done with work. They bought Girl Scout cookies from my daughter and incorporated great math projects in with that. They show up at, they fill out up to 10 pages or more to bring them on field trips. They show up at their sporting events. They make fun games to do while they wait for the bus, which is right outside my house. And I even had a teacher help me plant a wildlife habitat as part of a school project in my yard. Beyond making the school a more fun place, these are the people that are the rock of support for our students. When my own daughter was in the hospital, it was her teacher who checked on us multiple times and came up with projects for her to do while she was away from school. When the teachers themselves get sick, I have watched in my own school them supporting each other. And when we have had the worst of scenarios happen at our school of a scholar death, I have watched them take care of these students, even though they are mourning themselves. Because they are such an asset, I was shocked to find that the proposed increase was only $375 a year for them. This isn't even enough to cover the supplies most of them spend for their classroom supplies that they have to pay out of their own pockets. It's time to make some tough decisions. I know it is going to be difficult. If it was up to me, one thing I would get rid of right away is Elevate K-12. But what is most important in the end is that you make it happen.
Are you Lindsay?
I'm not Lindsay.
Okay, you cannot take her.
I can't read what you
No,
wrote.
you cannot.
Okay.
Thank you. Sarah Karasinski. And then next we'll have Sarah Sack-Smith.
Hi, Sarah Karasinski here. I am here to ask you to hold the administration accountable regarding student safety in specifics to transportation and supervision. I've listened to countless parents share their challenges with you in person in this very room, and I have spent so many hours reading about students as young as 5 and 6 being left unattended repeatedly for over a half hour, about GRPS saying a student is with Dean, while Dean says the student is dropped off and the student is not home. About kids being left at school buildings at the end of the day waiting for buses that just never come, all while the parents aren't notified, there's no supervision, no shelter, and no staff to contact because the school locked the doors and the staff left for the evening. Last year, a GRPS student and friend of mine told me about a 6th grader at a morning hub location who continuously bullied her or his kindergartner for months, and then began telling her that his parents were teaching him how to kill people. When this was reported to the school, they said, well, he doesn't really go to this school. He's just here for the hub, so there's not much we can do. I personally have had issues, and upon reaching out, have been pointed in many directions. And even your head of safety said it, quote, wasn't his responsibility, and that his only responsibility was for the safety officers at those locations. The complete lack of empathy and care and understanding and call to action from key members of this GRPS administration is shameful. And let's be clear, it's not the teachers that are at fault here. It's the administration that needs to make some changes. Time and time again, we are asked to have patience, and instead, and for routine, extremely routine issues, we are told that, quote, unexpected things happen and we are not able to make arrangements and adjustments right away. It's just not acceptable. This is the safety of our children. These issues have been identified repeatedly and brought to your attention even before COVID for years. So I'm asking the board to make some changes, to bring them or put some accountability on these, on the administration, and stop reimagining GRPS, but figuring out how we can truly make a safe place for our kids.
After Ms. Sack-Smith, we have Jerry Bishop.
Did you say Sarah Sheminsky as well, or just Cummins?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. So my name sounds like her last name. So there we go. Hi, my name is Sarah Sheminsky. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the parent of 2 GRPS students. My 2nd grader has Down syndrome and attends Grand Rapids Montessori, and this is the 2nd time I've been before you this year. At the beginning of the year, the district moved her beloved resource room teacher with less than 24 hours notice to a new school. That teacher no longer works for our district at all, left for a higher paying job. Tonight, I'm actually here to talk to you about the lack of social work that my child has had this year. Moving a resource teacher has already left the remaining team stressed and overwhelmed with a huge caseload. And now I come to find out that she hasn't received social work services per her IEP all year long. She has proposed virtual social work services that are supposed to start. We had an IEP last week that we had to stop because no one from social work showed up. My child, along with other children who are neurodiverse or disabled, depend on this direct instruction for future success. All children in our district deserve the chance to have direct in-person instruction. Virtual social work, as proposed, if it even happens, will require an already stressed team to find somebody to sit with my child to facilitate a virtual social work session. She's supposed to receive, per her IEP, social work services within the classroom to help her work on social skills that are going to help her with future employment and inclusion outside of school. Those are not happening. All of our students, as I said, deserve direct in-person instruction, but most of all are vulnerable kids that depend on this to learn. And I'm here to encourage our district to work harder to retain the talented teachers and service providers and not come up with these Band-Aid stopgap measures that leave so many people overworked and our children failing. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Sack-Smith. I'm the PTA president at CA Frost Elementary and mom to 3. My boys were here tonight until 9 p.m. They plan to stand here with me. They know how important it is to speak up when things feel off or are wrong. I stand in support of our GRPS teachers. My boy's shirt said, "My GRPS teacher is above average." My boys stand up for their grandma. She was here. She's a retired GRPS teacher and should have been valued way more than below average too. Solidarity to our teachers and social workers. Our kids need you in person. I already spoke my mind last month on virtual social work. Thankfully, our teachers don't match their level of commitment with their salary. That $375 I keep hearing about, that wouldn't put food on my family's table for 2 weeks. 20 other local districts on average pay their teachers more than GRPS. They have 100 teacher vacancies. What is the average tenure of GRPS teachers? It's strive for 5, right? 5 days absent? Let's make it a priority to strive for 5 to focus on the retention of our teachers for at least 5 years. The first 3 years are excellent training, yet the pay scale comparisons show it doesn't remain competitive. A family of 4 can make $55,000 and still qualify for the WIC program. Comparing your teachers' pay numbers to the federal poverty levels might be eye-opening. GRPS has amazing talent in our schools, not just our teachers, but our student athletes too. I currently feel like I'm in a never-ending track meet and running the 3,200-mile relay, but the baton continues to be handed off. I did not graduate from GRPS. I choose GRPS for my boys. I was the first female athlete at my high school to receive 4 All-City Conference Athlete Awards. Do you know what I remember? This. This is what I remember. These are GRPS schools, thriving. My schools are on here. I remember going to GRPS buildings like Central for the recognition group pictures. Elementary sports are where you build, encourage, and maintain athletes too, just like our teachers. Choose to invest in those 2 things. Your families are leaving the district for sports. You have kids begging to play and engage in sports. You don't just up and cut seasons that our kids have been looking forward to. I apologize. The recently communicated youth basketball development program seems like something that should have been in addition to a season for our elementary kids.
We're at time.
Jerry Bishop, are you still here? Jerry Bishop.
He left.
Marta Johnson. Next, we'll have Victor Williams.
Thank you. I just wanted to finish my last comment that I had planned for a longer time period, but I was asking all of us where we can go from here after we've had enormous communication failures and issues in having a not changed experience, continuing to bring up issues, and being informed constantly about plans, but not actually reflecting in our experience being changed within GRPS. So I ask you that we need to reimagine GRPS. We need to reimagine the reimagined GRPS plan so that it's actually a plan. The Eureka report remains untouched. It has all sorts of recommendations. One of them, they noticed, another consultant, has identified communication as a major issue for the district. This is something that was echoed by the ombudsman person, but what is being done with that? How are you improving communication, and how can you change that experience for us? We need a dashboard that we can see that reflects what we know are root issues, and an administration that speaks with us and asks us and then shows us that they're listening. We're not seeing that yet. So we need to see change, and we need to see it this year. And we need to see those investments in the people that deal with our children one-on-one with the teachers, and have some answers on what executive directors do and where things could be realigned in the executive administration of this school district so we can get more resources directly with children. Thank you so much.
Thank you. After Mr. Williams, we have Celine Turan.
How you doing? You guys feel beat up? Because I feel beat up just sitting in the audience. I know it's got to be tough to take. So I just wanted to get up here and give you guys some praise, because I know you guys do a lot of hard work, and I know that from the audience, it's clear they really don't understand the work you do and the position that you're in. A lot of people, I think they probably think this is a full-time job, right? Like the things that are being asked of the board, I'm speaking of, not administration. A lot of people really don't recognize that this is, even though you're elected, as volunteer work. You don't get paid a salary, right, to be here and to do this work 8 hours a day. I think you probably should get paid to do. I think that's the thing that I've seen with different boards, even city commission, county commission, work that's serious work. People should get paid full time to do serious work, because as a community, we demand serious outcomes from you, because the education of our children is serious, and kind of being the supervisor for the superintendent is serious work. So I would say give yourselves a raise to do this very serious work and to keep up with these demands that the public is asking of you. I look around, I've been coming to these meetings for a long time. I didn't see this 5 or 6 years ago, right? I don't think teachers felt welcome to come and display this kind of sentiment 5 or 6, 7, 8 years ago. And I think this is a testament to Dr. Roby and the culture that she's creating here at GRPS that makes people feel welcome to come and share this kind of sentiment here at the board. So everyone coming, I think Dr. Roby deserves a round of applause for that. Thank you.
Sarah Zeminski. Did I get you again? You went, okay, okay. I think I had two close that way. So the last person will be Cara Shore. Shower, I'm sorry. Been a long night. I apologize. And it's not done, so.
I'm Ceylon Turan. I am a Grand Rapids Montessori High School teacher. I was here, I don't know if it was last week or 2 weeks ago, last board meeting. And I had thanked a couple board members for vocalizing and saying that they wish to see a salary raise for our teachers. And I left out Mr. Rodriguez, so I'd just like to recognize you for that this time and apologize for missing that last time. You've heard many of us come up here and say that we want a raise, and we honestly deserve a raise. Being vulnerable, I don't plan to move out of my parents' house for at least another 5 years because of the amount of money I make, unless I try to get a second job. But I just spent the last 3 hours also lesson planning and making interactive things for our students. So I don't there's no way I could get a second job and also provide for our students. I am the front line. I am with the students every single day, just as all of these teachers, social workers, custodians, security officers are, yet we can't afford to live. I don't plan on having a family in the next 10 years because I could not and cannot afford it. Yet I'm working 60-hour weeks. I woke up at 7 o'clock this morning and it's 10 o'clock and I probably won't get to bed until at least 11. 60 hours is minimum. The 5-year statistic, keeping teachers for 5 years. If I make it 5 years, then I'm not the statistic. But at this point, I don't know if I'll even make it to those 5 years. I don't want to be the statistic. I don't want to keep losing my colleagues. Pay us more and take stuff off of our plates. Thank you.
Hi again. I'm going to echo this sentiment, but in a little bit of a roundabout way. I want to bring your attention to some issues that don't get a ton of daylight here because they're not quite as pressing, but I would say still important. I understand the budget limitations we've had in the past, and I understand we cannot fix everything in our buildings all at once, and that's why we're closing things and why Reimagine is playing out the way it is. However, my students are in a building that was remodeled only 6 or 7 years ago, I don't remember exactly, and it has been an eye-opening experience. Our new roof leaks every time it rains or the snow begins to melt. It's the same places throughout the building every single time. Every single time our secretary submits a work order, she is on it with those. She does not mess around. Folks come out to fix it. Work orders are marked complete. Every time the rain comes again, the roof leaks again in the exact same spots. Our kids and teachers can't function in spaces where water is literally raining down on them and their materials, and it shouldn't take years to fix a roof leak. And my complaint here is not that our building isn't fixed, although I do think that needs to be addressed faster, but I did just find out that one of our roofers, or our last remaining roofer, is no longer working for us. I don't know how valid that is or the exact source of that information, but that is to say that as we plan to remodel a whole bunch of buildings and spend $350 million on buildings and not staff, that you better make sure it's done well. And so I would like to consider the safeguards that you have in this process to make sure that the contractors we hire, that the plans we put in place with these buildings will be worth our taxpayer dollars and be worth sacrificing teachers, hemorrhaging teachers and students for empty buildings that may or may not have a leaky roof within the first 3 years. Thank you.
Superintendent comments.
All right, good evening. Good evening once again for those who are remaining. First of all, again, thank you for the conversation and the feedback. It is sometimes challenging to hear, but we are earnestly and wanting to get better. The issues and the things that have been brought forward are not new issues, and it does take time to make sure, again, that we are making some progress. To our community, your voice does matter, And your presence does send an important message to myself and to our team. As I've listened to the feedback this evening, I hear a resounding reaffirmation that as we are reimagining GRPS, we need you, especially our scholars, to work with us. Just a little bit around some of the things that I want to make sure that we address. Around our dashboard work, if you recall, the dashboard is a direct result of feedback that we have gotten from our community. Our dashboard is the outcome of conversations and presentations, and we also said that the dashboard is specifically, it is not the one and only tool. It is an iterative process that will have to be continually to get better. And knowing that the first inaugural kind of steps around a dashboard, you do refinement, and it's always evolving. It is a communication tool. It won't catch every single communication effort, but it is a place where people can go to see what are the metrics and how are we trying to look at various things. Also, related to our district strategic plan, and one of the things that I have begun to daylight for our board and what you'll see soon is our vision card work, and that specifically goes to our district outcomes as well as a reporting mechanism around some of the things that we are trying to do around our goals and actions. And it is a public accountability system. It is something that we are developing so that we do get better. Hopefully you heard even through our presentations this evening, we are looking at stakeholder engagement. We are looking at who's been, where we made growth, where we're having some opportunities. And again, part of looking at data does require that we get better at it. And it's our being really intentional about what are the outcomes related to our work. We've covered a lot of ground tonight, and we want to tell you that comments that have been made, I can speak for local and immediate, they do resonate. And I know that they resonate with our board, and it hits home for all of our leaders. We want to do good work for our staff and our community. And that's, again, it's ongoing work. And so I don't want people to think that because it's not happening at the pace that you might desire, it does not mean that it is not happening. And we are trying to get better around our communication cycle. And one of the things I will say very generally about communication is that's something that you never get at 100%. That is constantly evolving, and having different opportunities and different on-ramps for people to get communication. I've said a couple of times over the course of the last couple of years, adults, we need to hear things 7 to 10 times before it starts to kind of solidify in our brain. And we have to make sure that we have different access points, because what I might hear and the way in which I learn information may be different from somebody else, and just making sure that we have multiple measures. We've talked about teacher pay and staff pay, food service, communications with our team, academic achievement. These are all critical components related to our strategic plan and reimagining the work of our district. These improvements are works in progress, and it's important to have, and again, this will go back to the vision card, what is our baseline, and then what are our goals, our SMARTY goals around that. And so you'll start to hear a little bit more about that this spring as we get better around what are our reporting mechanisms, and how do we include various metrics and different stakeholders and different things. It's hard to share all of that in settings, and we want to make sure that we give them in bite-sized chunks so people can absorb that information. So again, thank you for continuing to hold us accountable. Thank you for offering feedback, even when it is hard to hear. And sometimes it is hard to hear, so I'm not going to pretend like it is not. But we do take that information, and again, it's about how do we get better. It doesn't mean that we're always going to take what is suggested as fact, because there's also other background things that we also have to be responsible for, and we have multiple stakeholders across our district. And so although this is a representative group and some voice, it is not all voices. And so we also have other mechanisms of how we gather that information. So again, thank you for those of you who have shared your voice this evening, and just your sense of agency and advocacy on behalf of our young people and our staff and our community.
Thank you. Ms. Melton?
Comment tonight.
Mr. Rodriguez?
I just want to echo what Mr. Williams said earlier about this not necessarily being a full-time job. I wish I could dedicate my entire, day to this work. Unfortunately, none of us can. I was sitting at my job today just thinking about, man, wouldn't it be nice to just be able to go and meet with parents or with community members and talk about, their thoughts on the district. And that's not the reality of things. And so I do agree that, while we are 10 including Dr. Roby, very dedicated individuals, we are limited by the fact that we, do this in our spare time, which, there's not a lot of that going around. But I do want to thank everyone that came, and whoever watches this, on YouTube another day, thank you if you came. I don't know. But I'm going to be watching the YouTube video of this because there was a lot that was said, and I'm over here typing. I couldn't get all of it, but there was so much that was said by community members that I think is vitally important to the work that we're doing, and I want to honor that too. And I also want to say that sometimes folks don't necessarily see the work that is being done behind the scenes, but trust that there's so many dedicated folks on this board that are working to meet those needs. And while we can't just go out and say, hey, this is everything that's going on, with personnel matters or with staff, trust that, we are, again, and I continue to say this, I think, every meeting, that we are moving in the right direction. And today, maybe I felt a little more vocal than other, meetings, but, just trust that even if we don't say anything at certain meetings, there is, the right work is being done. And also feel free to reach out to us. I got a lot of attention at the beginning of, my tenure here on the board, but now folks don't reach out to me. But hey, we're here. Like, I don't know about the rest of y'all, but if you want to come and have a coffee or, chat sometime, preferably on the weekend when I have a little extra time, I'm totally down to do that because, again, I don't think we have the opportunity to have a dialogue here, right? It's you speaking at us. It's us maybe making a comment or two. But when you sit down with us and you talk to us about the work that's happening, you'll realize that maybe there is more going on behind the scenes that you might realize. So please give us the opportunity to do that. And you know where to find our information, grps.org.
Oh, what a meeting. I'll ask for some grace because I'm tired and I'm also jet lagged. And so I apologize if I don't come across as articulate as I hope. As treasurer, I feel like I should say a few things about what I know and what I expect about what will happen with funding. And I'll tell you that I'm mad about it. I'm mad about it like you're mad about it because it's not enough. And, I'm a parent too. I'm a parent of student athletes who travel and see things that are different in other districts than ours. And I hate it. I hate that we have those conversations when we drive home. I want everything that you want. I want transportation to be better, and I want our kids to have salad bars in every school. My kids do not. And I want athletics to be improved, and I want to fund non-athletic sports, and I want to give you a hell of a raise, forgive my language. But I also know that we can't, and I hate it. And so I'm asking that your advocacy goes beyond here too, because we need that. And we need it in a couple of ways. We're going to do everything we can on this side of the table, but there's a lot of decisions that impact us and our ability to do more. And that goes up, right, to the folks that were in our district today. And so we got to talk to them about what we need, and we got to put pressure on them too. But this is also going to require that more families choose GRPS. And so we can take this. Yeah, it was tough. I'm going to probably not sleep great tonight. That's okay, right? I signed up for this, and I'm okay with it. But if we don't also say how wonderful this district can be, because I love GRPS. My daughter graduates from high school this year, and she's been here since she was 3 years old, and I'm proud of that, really proud of that. I know we're falling short in some ways, but here, tell us what's going wrong. But please, I'm asking, can you share some good stories when you're out there? Because more families mean more resources, which means we can do more, and we can start mending the gap on these things that we all want so badly. I'm with you. We're trying to figure out how to do it. I know we're going to fall short some ways. I think we're going to have some wins too. Thank you.
Ms. Davis?
I loved that, John. Thank you.
You always speak so eloquently. I just wrote down some stuff today because I'm just going to read what I wrote about a teacher salary because I want you to know my personal thoughts on it and that I'm with you. I agree. I'm a teacher too. I just want to voice that when I saw the counter offer that the union was given, I also had feelings of embarrassment and frustration. An amount that once taxed is equal to the going rate of 1 week's worth of groceries at my house is not something that makes someone feel thankful and appreciated for what they do. And if our value as teachers can be measured by the pay we receive, then our society has a lot of work to do. I also understand, as a board member, that we are in the middle of an agreed upon contract that doesn't guarantee an opening to amend the teacher pay at all until the contract is over. So any amount offered at this time is in addition to what the union already agreed to. I understand that ESSER money has been used to offset some expenses so that we have been able to build up a fund balance for the first time in a long time. I understand that the per pupil funding will most likely be going back down to growth amounts that are more similar to pre-COVID times. This fund balance could be needed in order to meet the needs of our budget as it is in the upcoming years. But these things don't make the counteroffer any less embarrassing. These things don't change the fact that our teachers aren't being paid enough. Explaining these things doesn't fix the fact that new teachers can't afford to buy a house or probably even rent one without finding roommates. Which is why my response to the counteroffer, my personal response, is that we have work to do. We need to do a deep dive into each part of our budget and our spending to make sure that we aren't continuing to spend money on things that aren't being used, that aren't helping scholars, and that aren't moving this district in the direction we set when we approved our strategic plan. I'm happy to hear that our district has already started this deep dive upon hearing that many, if not all of the board members up here, are not happy with the counteroffer. I look forward to learning about systems that our district will develop to ensure that what we spend our money on is being used, is working for our teachers and our students, and is needed in order to move us forward.
Mr. Eatman?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for sticking past 10 o'clock. I have not experienced my stomach doing somersaults like this before, and I'm a person who can go all day without eating, so that says a lot. I am going to echo the sentiments that was stated before me by my colleagues and the superintendent. In particular, we were really upset. In particular, I was pissed off in regards to the counter offer. It was a slap in the face. It did feel disrespectful. And what you just heard everyone say, and I'm actually happy for those who did decide to speak tonight, you just got a piece of what we do behind closed doors. And I'm just being very honest and transparent about the pushback, the fact checking, not even that we do, but also that Dr. Roby does when she hears the comments that are coming up as well. We're not just sitting here, and I keep saying the Stone Cold Steve Austin face because it comes off such the humanity piece is removed when we're up here. And I don't want it to come off cold. As if we're heartless and don't hear what you're saying. There's battles. Like this is like not the Hunger Games type battles, but there are some battles that are happening and how we engage with each other to really fight on behalf of the entire district. That means teachers included. That means scholars included. That means our partners that we engage with. That's all included, understanding the stakeholders and the role that they play. That is all included in our conversations that we have going back and forth in regards to that. And so we do know and have been encouraging, and where Dr. Roby is looking at those other places that we can look at, how can we do this and sustain it? Not something that feels good in the moment, that instant gratification that a lot of our students and adults are feeling in this moment to get something because we couldn't wait, and then once you get it, okay, that dies down, but to sustain it. That takes a plan. That is not something to say, yeah, great, and then 6 months later or a year later, you come back and we're in the same predicament. How do we sustain that for the long-term impact, not just this temporary fix? And that's really at the heart of what all of us are getting at. How do we continuously move forward to upright the district in a direction that we are hearing we are wanting to go, that you are expressing that you want to go, with the skill sets that are in the district to push that forward? It's a consistent and constant pull and push to strive and to set that bar to be that destination district that we want to be, and push that out there. So none of this is, I encourage you to continue to come up and let us know. Again, she fact checks, we fact check, we fact check, she fact check. And I say that heavily as a result of that continuation of that healthy pull. But that's the whole point of us being able to have that dialect with each other. We're not always going to agree. And if we are all agreeing, which, that's we agree when we need to agree, but we also push back when we need to push back, and we push back healthily in regards to what we're doing. And so I stay encouraged. This has been, even though it's been tough and long, it's been encouraging because you're still engaged. My concern was if you stop engaging. That's when I think we have a real problem. So I do continue to ask that you all engage, push back, and continue to show up. We're doing the work. It might not be at the speed that you like, I promise you, but we are doing the work. We're dismantling, what is that, 100 and plus years? 150 plus years of policies in a district that didn't serve all, but we're now serving all. Let's be clear. Education was not free and accessible to every person, especially people that look like me. So I don't take that for granted in regards of the work that we're doing to make sure that this is an outstanding district for every student, regardless of ability to thrive here.
I guess there's probably not a whole lot to add from the standpoint of, I guess, really everyone on this dais, including the 9 board members and the superintendent, wrestled deeply and vigorously with the various competing priorities that this district faces. I think Ms. Shaki listed several things that can constitute as sort of competing priorities, from salaries for teachers, salaries for parapros, salaries for everyone within the district for that matter, facilities, sports, arts, just all these things, frankly, have a price tag. And again, when you say competing priorities, that is exactly what they are. And, I think you've heard comments from everyone up here to hopefully indicate that none of this is taken lightly or at all being dismissed. So again, just thank you again for your continued advocacy. One thing I guess I would ask in regards to the virtual or contract social worker dilemma, if some folks can offer some alternatives at some point, that would be great. I think all of us know it is not simply a matter of, paying more and all of a sudden social workers are going to fall out the sky. We have a legal obligation to provide services and support to our students. I'm not saying that the virtual social worker piece is the most effective way to do that, but we certainly cannot do nothing. So again, in your advocacy, it would be great from time to time to also offer some plausible solutions to the concerns that we all have. So again, I just kind of put that out there, but I guess no further comment.
Ms. White?
Thank you, everyone, for coming out and sticking with us. So I don't have to echo anybody. We know we want everybody paid, and we do this, for basically free. And I just wanted you guys to imagine being an angry, unsatisfied parent and being tapped on your shoulder to run for school board, and then being told that you'll be walked alongside of, championed, supported, and then you get in this table and people talk to you disrespectfully. They don't honor the request of the school board. And I think sometimes you guys don't see us as humans up here, but we are. And I don't like how it feels all the time when I have to come off this table and people speak to us like we make every decision in this district, and the people that you're angry with are sitting at this table. So humanize us, please. I also want to give a shout out to Mr. Bowles' third grade scholars at Mulek Park on the amazing map scores increase. I was at a, yeah, give it up for them. Because I told them to watch on YouTube. But I was at a football game, watching a football game, and he was doing his plans and he showed me his map scores, and he was so proud of his students, had some great increases. So shout out to Mulek Park, third grade, Mr. Bowles' class. Keep doing great work.
Well, like my colleagues, I have a lot of thoughts, I have a lot of things I would like to say, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to share them today. I am tired, and frankly, I'm not sure if they will come out in the most acceptable fashion and be received the way that they should be. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut today, and I'm going to thank you all for being here because we do value that. If nothing else, please understand that we cannot do this work without you and you sharing your voice. Thank you so much, and we are going to adjourn this meeting after we come out of closed session. So while you all are free to stay or go, we have to continue to do more work. So thank you so much, and then if we can get us read into closed session.
I move that the board go into closed session for the purpose of a strategy and negotiation session connected with the negotiations of various collective bargaining groups at the request of the superintendent as permitted by the Open Meetings Act, Section 1C.
Support by Ms. Wade. Is there, there it is. What?
Ms. Milton, Mr. Rodriguez, Mr. Ross.
Excuse me, as you all exit, if you...
Ms. Shotke, yes. Ms. Wade? Ms. Wade, you're yes for closed session. Ms. Davis? Mr. Eatman? Ms. Lewis is excused. President Williams? Motion carries.
Are there snacks? Might there be snacks for closed session?
There's some chips in the
If you all could please... Good afternoon. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. Can we ask you to clear the room? We're going to go into closed session in the auditorium. Yeah, thanks so much, everybody.